I've been muted this entire time, and I've been talking you guys through a whole bunch of stuff. I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. I've been talking this whole time, and Navigator Nomad tried to tell me, and I'm like, hee hee, funny, cool icon. Hey, how's it going? I've been talking this whole time. Never mind. Let me just get thermals working. The voltage regulator. I thought the voltage regulator in this one was the wrong kind. I found one, I guess, and I put it in there. I have a whole package of these things now. So you can see there's like a cascade of avoiding stuff. And I even did a zoom in joke. I was talking about the Veritasium video. I had my mic muted. I'm smart. I got a house full of people, I was saying. House full of people, so my natural theatrics are tamped. I can't help but think about the person on the other side of the wall listening in, and it's bad. It affects me being a zany guy and being animated and fun for you guys. But we'll get through it. We'll get through it. Me and my viewer. The breadboard looks like a Necronomicon. This isn't a bread. This is just a heat sink that I'm using to prop up a bunch of stuff. I don't know which one you're talking about. Yeah, so I got a new voltage regulator in. I'm gonna replace it. Let's get the thermals working right now. Go down to thermals, properties. So what's going on here is there is a cascade of avoidance that I'm going through. And in order to just focus on it, we're gonna focus on the circuit board. We're gonna finish it. And I'll get that ready to order immediately after stream. Like once I stop stream, I'll then go to order the board. And then we got to work on uploading videos. Use the valve to warm the sound. What are you talking about? My sound is warm. I lack filters in the modular synthesizer. I wonder if there are RP2040 based filters that I could use, like digital ones that I could put onto that chip and actually have the modules do double duty. Like one module will be a VCO, another a chord VCO, then another can be a filter, depending on my needs. I think that would be kind of a cool thing for the digital side of the modular synthesizer. Anyway, I want to put a new voltage regulator in clouds because this has the wrong one and it gets kind of hot. Needs to be the proper one. But yeah, I lack filters on the modular synthesizer. That's my problem. So yeah, I started late today, and that's because of the Veritasium. I keep thinking it's serum for some reason. Veritas serum. Because of the Veritasium video on LEDs, that's very relevant to the stuff we do as a proponent of LED. You know what? I can swap this. Yeah. Did this skip albums? I think I opened up a video that was just one song. That's the audio that YouTube does not get because YouTube is full of copyright strikes. You guys will see later on today when I start doing a little video uploading, VOD uploading, that yeah, they're a mess of copyright. I will not be able to monetize those videos unless I actually start editing them and I cut out the intros. And maybe that'll be a thing if I ever get the privilege of monetizing the channel. All of my thousands of hours of streaming are going up on YouTube, and they're going to stay there because Twitch actually deletes the VODs after a certain amount of time. So after a month, I can't investigate what's going on with the music because I am in the middle of this. All right, let's get in there with the heat. A digital monitor of what? Get that out of there. Let's get this one in there. Shit, everything's gone solid. I wasn't graceful enough in that moment. I guess I'll just use the soldering iron to do the rest of this. That way I'm not heating up all the peripheral stuff. I just entered the stream and you were waving one of the boards and my brain added all the stuff. Okay. Weird. Weird, but you know what? I got weird brain too. Let me clean up the pads before I actually go in there. And of course, the circuit board is hot enough to probably burn me at this point. Yeah, so when I make these circuit boards, I will have... Ow, the metal right there was very hot. use this camera to show you guys, like, piping freaking hot. This is why we have the thermal cam, because it's really fun to be able to look in and see where all the heat is. Clouds is interesting because there's actually a website that teaches you how to program clouds. And I mean reprogram clouds. I need a little flux in there. All I want. I like this song. It's a good song. All right, let's get this out of there. This is still the intro. This is not what we're supposed to be working on today. I'm so distractible. Help. All right. That's disgusting. Look at all that gross. All right, we probably need big solder for this. If you're not hearing music right now, it's because it's on the second track of the Twitch broadcast. But I can assure you that it should be there because it's the intro music, and it's just music that I play from other people. So I don't own any of it, and so YouTube is correct but annoying to copy strike all of my streams. Not strike, it's just copyright warn me against all of my content because I use these musics for intros, and then the record labels come in and say, hey, wait a minute. You, right there, violator. This is still crooked, isn't it? Yeah. Try to straighten it out a little bit. I guess some of the higher current synthesizer boards like to use this particular flavor of LM117, 1117, because it dissipates heat better with the big metal tab on the package and everything. Although the other one has a metal tab too. For some reason this one is the preferred. It's hard to get in here because of all this stuff. These mutable instruments designs are inundated, and it would have been better, easier for me as the builder to have two sides to the SMT electronics, because having all the knobs and the LEDs here, it's all just getting in my way. Of course, I also need to change the resistors on these because they're too bright. We need a nice dim synthesizer. I guess that's an advantage of those VCOs. I'm still wondering if I should add an LED to the VCO as just another available thing, something you can show the user that stuff is happening. Probably would be a good idea. Do I have an LED in my repertoire? Do I actually? That'd be a big circuit edit though. All right, now we get to clean this up. I actually do have an ultrasonic cleaner now, so I can overuse flux, but I don't think it would be a good idea to whip it out all the time. Plus, I don't know how to clean circuit boards yet. I need to look up some videos on that. Need to look up some videos. So what I'm doing is I'm getting a Q-tip, because I have a regular supply of Q-tips that I poke my eardrums with. Let's see. Oh yeah, and then I'll probably cut the music in just a minute here. Oh no, this is all that album. I guess that was on that album. Huh. I thought it was an old song. Strange. This one definitely does need an ultrasonic cleaner. There's a lot of nasty running around this board. All that flux. So I use a little bit of goof off, which is acetone, which can damage things for sure, but I'm wiping it up almost immediately. So I'm just using the acetone to get into the flux and then get it out of there. but it can, on white silk screens, it can actually melt the silk screen material. You can see how the Q-tip is a little bit white in some places, and I think it's picking up the silk screen layer a little. But if you don't have an ultrasonic cleaner, like Q-tips and a little bit of caustics, does quite well. It can make your circuit boards look brand new. Looks like I haven't done anything to this on it. Probably would be a good idea for me to come like test cleaning circuit boards with the ultrasonic cleaner. But the ultrasonic cleaner sounds like you put a bunch of dentist drills into like a metal trunk and start shaking it around. It really is an awful noise from that thing. All right, let's get started. Now that Clouds has a proper voltage regulator, not that that was a big deal, but I just had the voltage regulators sitting over there. One day I'll get you working. I mean, that one works. I just need to finish putting it together and tune it. This is a really good song, but I'm gonna have to fade it out. We'll just leave it at that. There you go. You only get to hear the very beginning guitar part. Hi, welcome to my stream. Hold on, where's my, that's under setup and the start soon thing. Here we go. Yeah, so what are we doing? Well, there's people in the house. They are very close by, so I can't do full theater voice, which is kind of a problem. So we're gonna do easy, calm stuff, and we're going to work on a circuit board. I've been making these two voltage-controlled oscillator boards on the musings of Hajiwo, who is a YouTuber who does cheap modular synthesizer modules. Now, these cheap modular synthesizer modules require you to do quite a bit of soldering on solderless breadboard, which is this stuff, right? Or not solderless breadboard holds up perforated prototyping board. I always have this problem. Solderless breadboard is really good for prototyping your circuit. It's the stuff that you can plug headers into, and it's got the connections along the rows. Yeah, here. So Hajiwo, do I have them open in a window? I don't think I do. I don't have a research window. I think I just closed it. But we can just find tracing the roots of. Well, no, that's not what I wanted to see. Hajiwo. Bring this one over, minimize that window. That was from me watching YouTube last night. Hajiwo has everything is in like note.com and it's in Japanese. But the YouTube channel is a pretty cool list of projects that are nice, easy, just your basic synthesizer stuff, right? And he's just got a bunch of different things going on here, and they're really cool. Like a $10 modular synth sample player. That is cool. I may take notes from more of these in the future. What we basically did is, where's Paint? Open up MS Paint. What we did is we took Hajiwo's circuit, and we took it into a Paint document. What's going on here? No, we're good. Okay. Yeah, that breadboard is a little bit small, but open recent. Where's the, oh, that's over here. Yeah. What we did is we took that into MS Paint, and then we took the input and output circuits from Mutable Instruments. The Mutable Instruments circuits are really, really well built. They are nice, they sound good, and they've got very nice, logical sort of methods of getting your modular synthesizer voltages to work with a 3-volt microcontroller. So if you have a powerful 3-volt microcontroller, the RP2040, you can hook up these circuits together. Now, Hajiwo does his input filtering using Schmidt triggers, I guess. I don't trust it though. I don't like this hooking it up your synthesizer directly and having this direct line in. I would rather put an op amp in the way. So putting an op amp in the way means that you can scale it to your voltage reference of negative 10 volts, but that'll shift your signal and make it more compatible with 0 to, basically this will sit at a low voltage when there's nothing going in, and if you get a negative signal and positive signal, the signal that's getting inverted will then be in the right scale, right? In the chat, yeah, I can do that. I can do that. So Hajiwo came up with these, and we're going to be using his software, but these are pretty universal, because what we're building is essentially a 1-in, or sorry, a 2-in, 1-out CV powered thing, right? So it can get 2 control voltages in and then output audio. And I suspect we might be able to take audio in as well. I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure about that. But if we're able to take audio into the RP2040 on P29 and 26, two of the 4 analog inputs, we might be able to do something with that voltage. One of the things that I would also like to do is use the 7-band EQ chip in a modular synthesizer, but that's a later thing. I don't need more projects right now. So those are the circuit boards that we're trying to build. One of them has a 3rd knob, which will take the place of a control voltage input. So if you want to tweak a knob on the thing, that input is taken into one of the pins. So what happened there? If only someone would write a program who would connect the streamer playlist and Twitch support the viewer had option. Deleted by Nightbot. Too many dots. Sorry, man. What was the comment again? Let me actually absorb the comment. Streamer playlist and Twitch supported. That might actually be a thing. That might actually be a thing. And I could share the playlist, but it's not. I mean, I don't want to be using that music anymore. I really shouldn't, because it poisons my videos. But there are tools to do it. I don't have them. I don't have them. It's, you know, I'm not setting stuff up so you can be lazy. You can search younger brother music on YouTube. I'm not going to help y'all be lazy. So anyway, we came up with the schematics, the napkin sketch, and then I turned that into an actual schematic in a program with no values, just identifying the parts, right? And all the pinouts and stuff are sorted out, and we did a little bit of mixing around, a lot of gate swapping, which is a tool that only exists in the schematic thing. But gate swapping allows you to swap part A, B, C, and D in these sort of multi-part parts. You have one package, which would be like a 16-pin package. Well, that has enough pins to have 4 op amps on it and a power supply, so you can save a little bit of space on your circuit board. So anyway, gate swapping is just a means by which to do all the rearranging. We did all the rearranging last stream. We got up to this point with the circuit board. We made some really good progress. This is almost ready to order. This is almost ready to order. I could order it like it is right now, but then some of the markings would be a little bit odd. Some of the markings might be in the wrong places. Some of them are the wrong sizes. They wouldn't print very well on a circuit board. So what our job now to do is making, swapping. Swapping is a very good tool, because when you arrange your chip in a particular fashion, you don't want to have to do all of the business of getting to the right pins. You want to minimize the amount of weirdness that you're introducing into your circuit board, right? Like getting a signal in like this, and for some reason having that. The one thing that I did off camera that you guys didn't see is I went through both sides of the board and just observed it. Just observe the circuit board, look at it, see what you want it to look like. And one of the things that I did do is to take these turns and expand them a little bit, make them a little bit larger. You know, we're not dealing with like RF level signals here. We're not dealing with fast ones and zeros in this design. So having curved traces, absolutely no advantage to it whatsoever, other than it looking good. So I took a little bit of time to make it look good. Most of what we're doing here is going to be mostly visual stuff. So at this point, I'm just looking at the bottom of the circuit board and I'm making sure that everything is correct. The design rules will actually warn you if you accidentally put a trace over top of another trace. That was a mistake that I made in a very early circuit board that I made, that I built. And I had one trace that just completely went on top of another one. And that was in the PCB 123 days. That was before the programs, well, I mean, the professional programs probably did warn and check, but the programs that were available to somebody like me making a circuit board, I didn't have anything that would warn me about that. And so when I got the board in the mail, spent like $1,000 through a company to build this thing, and I take a look at the circuit board and there's a trace just going right straight across everything. Oh, man. But nowadays, this will not let you continue without a plethora of warning noises before you accidentally do something. So what I want to do is I want to go through and I want to move my R's and my C's to be in the right spot. Once we're done that, and actually it doesn't matter if we do this step or the next step, there's only a couple steps to go for the circuit board. The visuals and getting the R's and the C's out of the way is one step. The other step is to actually place our pads, place our vias for ground. I like a less noisy circuit board, and I like to have a little bit of heat dissipation on my side. As such, I do the polyfill. Polyfill is just a way to make a polygon and give it a couple rules, and you call it something and you give it a rank. So the lower ranked polyfills will not overwrite each other. So this one right here, this polyfill that makes the little voltage regulator heatsink, this one is rank 1. And if I set the outer ground polyfill to rank 2, it'll do its job and avoid it and give me this little extra pad here. So what I guess first, before we even do the visuals, I would like to make sure that ground is getting everywhere. For instance, that could have a little bit of a polypore inside of it if we provide it with a means to get to ground, because it's not allowed to fill this space. They tried. So we need to just add vias. We can add them with the via tool, or I found it less painful to right click and copy. So in order to do that, in order to put these in the right places, I'll also view the bottom layer, and we'll just go to a standard preset standard view. What that does is that shows me the polyfills on both sides of the board and the traces underneath, and it's a little bit busy visually, so we'll use zooming in to our advantage. It would probably behoove me to learn more shortcuts so that I know how to like activate this stuff automatically. But then again, you guys benefit from the fact that I don't know the shortcuts, because you get to see me activating all the tools. So there's a little push-pull in that regard. So what we're looking for is places that didn't fill properly, or places that we could simply use a little bit of extra ground in there. For instance, like something like this is kind of like an antenna. And so you'll want to put like a via, if you can, nearby. In addition to that, we're tying the top of the circuit board to the bottom of the circuit board, so it makes a little bit more of a filled thing. Me and one of my cats learned the discovery of the blue LED. Yeah, that Veritasium video, really, really good. And he didn't use the water analogy. That was my zoom-in joke at the early part of the stream when I was accidentally still muted. I left myself on mute. So like, what about this area here? There's pads, there's a pad right below it. So if I put a via, I'll put one just right about here. And that'll tie that area in. We want some on the perimeter too, in order to just tie things off. I might not be able to swing that. Let's see if we can do that. That looks like we can. All right, so I'm gonna put a couple. I'm not gonna overdo it with these. They used to charge you by the via. Nowadays you get like 75 vias and it doesn't matter, but I still am kind of conservative with them. But we're just going to tie the whole side, tie up the sides basically. And these lines, you know, if I really was that concerned about audio noise, I could probably pull these apart a little bit and make it so that it's a little easier for a ground plane to go through there. But I think these will be okay. They've got ground in vicinity to them. There. So this is a less scientific part of the process. It's like you have kind of knowledge of what you would consider to be what the electrical fields are doing in here, right? It's like, what are the electrical fields up to? What secrets do they have? And you're just kind of placing vias around the board. It's not that scientific. In other designs, it can be, because you have an actual real, like, you have to maintain electrical fields, right? We don't really have to do that here. It just would help us to kind of tie these together and reduce the amount of free copper, I guess. Kind of want to send a board to PCBWay just filled with vias. Just a huge, like all blind vias on a 4-layer board. That'd be so expensive. I hate blind vias. One of the only ways to tell if a circuit board is multi-layered is to find a via that is completely separate. Like if this one was, well, if I made this they look like this here. Wait, I can just do this. Change it from ground to like 3.3 volts. Oh, it won't let me. It interprets that as a connection. If I put down a via that was 3v3, you would have like a surround like this. And so if you find that on a PCB, you know that it's 4 layers. You can hold down Shift and place one to continue holding it. Nope, not on this program. Whoa, I can't move that anywhere? Yeah, so I'm just basically peppering this thing with vias. I just want to make sure that every like little area that could use some filtering has it. And there's not, you know, I'm not basing this on a comprehensive study of E&M. I'm just placing them around. I'm just peppering them down, salt baying this thing with vias. Doesn't want to follow what other programs let you do. Yeah, it's kind of a shame. There's probably a tool that would help me with this in Fusion. This is just the way that I've done it. It's just the way that I know how to do it is probably not standard, and there's probably a way I could save myself a few clicks here and there. So basically, I'm following this trace over here, and I could probably view the top of the board instead of the bottom, but following this trace and just trying to make sure that, oops, there are vias around it on both sides of the board. There's very little chance that I would place enough vias to run into any issues. Where's that one going? That one goes this way. One here, and then I kind of want one on the other side. I'll just sort of centralize it. There's a lot of open space on the circuit board. And yet not a lot of places to actually put stuff. It's weird. These are already vias. These are already performing the function of the vias, so I'm not really going to need them over there. I notice like a little pocket here, a little pocket down here. Well, I can't really get, I don't want to busy that up too much. We've got a nice, easy, simple circuit board here. What the? That is a very, very large link. Big, scary, large link. Is it a virus that you've just sent me? Hold on. My windows are weird sizes. It doesn't help me view what you're showing me when my windows open up like this. Open this up and it'll be a naked picture. All right, what do we got? What is that? A little shark. A little shark. What is a little shark? What is it doing there with the Raspberry Pi plug? It's an Amiga power supply. Oh, cool. Hey, Copper, what's going on? I'm going to end up saying copper a lot today, and you're going to try to do the same joke for every time I say it. I really want a via here, but these traces are limiting me. I can't quite get one in there. I could maybe squeeze it. But it would, I don't like how close everything is. Oh, plus that's, wait, what is that under? Okay, so that's that. This would be a good spot, but we're too close to these pads and everything. No, it doesn't look like I can swing one there. I can give it one on the outside, though. But yeah, people look at this part of the process and they go, well, what does it all mean? How are you doing blah, blah, blah? And I'm like, look, I'm just trying to get like an area coverage of ground vias that will attach the two parts of the circuit board together and provide ground coverage on things like near. I basically focus on your signal traces and stuff and try to cover them with ground. What did that one did not let me place it. There must be a trace underneath. Let me go to the top layer. Take a look at that. There is not. Why did it not let me place that one? Okay. What's the violation there? That's voltage. That's another trace there. It doesn't look like there's any reason why I shouldn't be able to. That one took. Why didn't this one? There's something in the way. What's in the way? What the heck? What do heck? Let's take a look at the other side. Ain't nothing in the way. I don't see any reason why this thing would not be able to place that. Oh, there it goes. Strange. Why did it fight me? It would be nice if this little boot right here had a via, but I don't think I can get, I don't think it'll fit in here. Okay, it let me do that. All right, well, cool. Although, to be fair, this should probably also be a ground. I didn't connect those pins on the model. That really probably should be ground. It's just inert at this point. It's just a floating piece of metal. All right. So like this, basically what I'm doing is looking at like, okay, here's this shape here that the, stop it, it's highlighting everything. There's a shape in there and it has sort of these overhanging grounds on it that I want to correct. Wait, what happened here? Oh, I'm still in the copy tool. Damn it. You go over there. Random. Oh, I totally ruined my trace and it's not even putting it back. Jerk. The CAD program can have these traces like avoid each other. All right, so let's just fix that real quick. That was, you jerk, jerk of a program. 0.4 bottom layer from here to here. There we go. All right, back to you guys. One there. And then put one over here. Yeah, I should probably put one over there. And let's see, I want one on the other side of this. And then one over here. This, I would love to get a via there, but it's too tight. We'll get one behind this over here. You don't want stuff to act like an antenna. That's sort of the whole thing. I guess I could put one right there. That'd be pretty good. Right there. Nice and clean. Get one on the other side of the trace as well. We're encapsulating the trace in metal. Well, on 3 sides anyway. Sure to get that little corner. Want one over here probably. Oh, but that's ground. Okay, well, that one's still fine. And we'll put one here. My God, what is the secret to this amazing skill you do? I don't know. I'm just placing them around. I'm just trying to get general coverage of vias throughout the circuit so that things can't act as antennae. It would be good to get one right here, but I don't think it's going to allow me because there's that big ground pad there and we can tie those together. It kind of bumped that out. I'm going to Control Z that. Yeah, that messed with my beautiful 3-volt pad. And there are, you know, if you really want to get into it, if you want to get into the thick of it, you can read up all the rules of how that one's already ground. Why didn't it? Oh, it didn't connect because there's a trace right there. That's a weird one. You can get into the E&M and you can do equations and you can figure out exactly what you're supposed to be doing with these, but I know little of it. I've read a little bit about how to be placing all of your ground pads, and then I forgot all of it. Oh, that's a ground right there. So I want, that's a trace underneath, and that's not going to fit there. So we're SOL on that. The PSU folks used for Amiga is 150 watt Meanwell, while the Amiga needs only 20 watts of it. Somebody in Poland designed a USB-C port for, that's funny, you just have a little power pack doing it. My scope is USB-C. Can we fit that in there? I guess we can. All right, good. One on the outside of the trace there. Oh my God, there's so much stuff. What do we have? We got 2 traces coming through here, and then I've got room basically just right over here on this side of the chip to do a nice little tie-in with ground. And we'll get one on the outside of the chip too. Get one over here. Do one for this little track over here. Nope, won't let me. Is there a trace under it? Doesn't look like it. There we go. Get one on the outside of that trace as well. Those are incoming signals, so I want those to be clean. And this one has a lot of distance to run, so I kind of want to flank it with grounds just to make it nice and clean. Oh, and there's a little spike over here that I want a ground on so it doesn't act like an antenna. Get one of these. Get one of those. I can't get into there because it's covering that trace. And then this one, I'll take. I don't really need this one at all. Take it down to here. Actually, put it over here because then that'll help keep P6 clean. That's just a button port though, because that's 0 to 3v3, so it's not really that nuanced of a signal. Oh, we need one in here. A little pocket that's created by that. Bring one over there. This is becoming a lot of vias, but I guess we're an audio board and I want to keep it clean, but this is kind of close coverage of lots of vias. I don't know if I need that. Would like one over here. And one down here where the shapes start to get more complicated. Now here's where we actually can bring ground into an area. It looks like we can't though. It's too close together. We go here. See, and then that makes a little bit more fill of the ground plane. Whoa. Gotta get one there. One here would be good, but I think it's too close. I don't know if I can get to it. One near a ground is always good, but there's signal traces underneath it for power and stuff. So it looks like this weird, complicated blob can't be tied to anything. We can get one out here, though, because there's a nice, good fill. And I want one on the other side. What is that? That's a signal trace for something. All right, and bring ground to this area easily. Bada bing. I kind of want one there, but I think we'll settle for right here. That's a little iffy. Yeah, it's too close to the cap. Okay, so we'll leave that one alone. Here's a nice spot for a ground trace. And then that brings ground to all of those, although that does look like a big antenna. So let's get this right there. It's almost inverted planar F. We can put one in there too. This is going to end up being a lot of vias, actually. Getting one on this. Look at this little feed. This thing is getting ground from all the way over here where it hits the plane. So getting a via in there would be nice. I think we can fit it just right here. Where's the pad for the cap? It's over there. Okay, yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. And we'll get one. We'll sneak one in over here too. And maybe one in here for good luck. No, it doesn't look like it. I could move that trace and make room for a via, but we don't need to overcomplicate this. I'll just get one in on the other side of that trace. Get one in over here by this little point, and then we'll put one in. It's just, I don't know, maybe like in the middle of this. That is not centered, and that bugs me. Oh no, I was still in the copy tool. Control Z. There you go. Ah, it's in between grid markings. I'll leave it there. We'll never talk about this again. Back to the copy tool. So yeah, just pepper the circuit board. You just got to get your traces to have sort of a minimal surrounding of via, of ground, and look for corners and stuff that will act against your circuit. And then any pockets that could have ground but don't. And any places that ground is bottlenecking to get to something. So if you have like this ground pin, if it didn't have the connection on this side, then something would be bottlenecking through something else in order to get the ground signal. And you'd want to have a via in there just to make sure that there was enough current flow from your grounds. Also with text, with things like the Twitch TV bother right there, if my VIA is right on top of it, you won't be able to see it on the silk screen. The VIA will take in the silk screening and it won't be readable text. So you got to watch out for that. Copy, paste, just put those in there. Probably want one in here too. But it's not rocket science. Some people give it a lot more credit than I think it deserves. It can be rocket science, but it doesn't have to be. That's a lot of VIAs. They end up adding up pretty quickly. That guitar stuff is stuck in my head from the Younger Brother album that I played beginning of stream. All right, copy. Get one up there. It didn't let me. Is there a trace on the other side? It might be due to the keep out area of that component. That component's got a weird keep out area. I wonder what that was about. Weird. Here's a nice pocket. Bonk. I mean, that's where the circuit's doing all its business, so it's good to close that up. Hold that up? What am I saying? What's my brain doing today? My brain don't work no good. Not today, anyway. Over here. Oh, those are already ground. Wait, what am I doing? Ah. Stop highlighting the whole part. There's probably view settings that I could put in that would help with what I'm doing, but I kind of want one over there, but I don't know how important it's gonna, might as well. Vias are cheap. Any other spots that I feel the need to place them in? I think I'm pretty good. Moving over here, we need to, oh, I can't get to that whole edge, but I can get some of it. And then I started over there, so. All right, I think that's pretty good. I mean, that's a lot of vias. The whole circuit board is covered in them now. Doing a lot of good work. Oh, one here. On the V negative side of that. And just put one up here. There we go. And move it away a little bit. Nope, not copy. What? Hey, stupid program. There we go. Yeah, okay, how do we feel about this? Probably need, I could probably use one or two. No. I don't want to overdo it. I think it's overdoing it to a point. Oops. That's ground already, so we'll put one here. And then, for good measure, what's going on over here? Let's see. Oh, we have ground for the capacitor. Yeah, that's probably a good idea to put one there. Okay, I'm okay with this. I don't think I need to go crazy. That's still, I kind of did go crazy over here, but I think that'll be useful. Looking good on this one. I don't know, did I do this to the other board? I think I did do this to the other board. So now we're on to text. Now we can view one side at a time and make sure that all the markings that I put on it are correct. So I'm going to go into my view and we're going to display the preset bottom. Bottom. And then I think in order to highlight, because this stuff looks like it's under the, what is it? Under the copper, because it looks like it's weird. So I need to bring that layer up. So I just switch my current layer to the silkscreen top and then everything pops up. So we're looking at this as if it were green or red. It depends on what I choose, but, oh wait, that's the top layer. I didn't need that at all. Well, now it's activated, so I need to go into my display layers, and what I found is that you have to go to like preset standard, and then it'll show you everything, and then you choose, and then it actually shows you the bottom. So preset bottom, I went to the wrong layer. Let's close that, and then I go to silkscreen bottom, And now I'm on the working layer that I'm actually looking at. I don't want the copy tool open. So the first thing that I usually do is go through, and all of the markings that are on here, all of the silkscreen markings that are on here need to be the same size. So we go into our change tool, which is truncated. Usually the change tool is much easier to get to, but because I've got the view squished because I'm over here, it's tough to do. Yeah, anyway. Okay. Okay, so size. And I don't know. I don't know why the numbers are the way they are. These numbers are ridiculous. These fractional numbers. Can't we just have even millimeter numbers? But its size is for a bunch of others. Oh, you know what? I think it's width. The text width? No, that's trace width. So size. It's a strange program, this. 1.27 millimeter, I think is too small. I think I settled on 1.7 for everything on the other board, which is why it's still selected. So if yeah, that's too big. That's way too big. So let's go back into, well, I hit escape to get out of the tool, and then I have to go to change again. I can also just hit the C key, it's telling me, but I'm doing it this way so that you guys can see what I'm doing, because if I use too many keyboard shortcuts, this just becomes me showing off instead of me teaching. 1.7 too big. 1.27 a little big. That could be passable, given that Seed Studio's silk screens get a little blurry at the size that we typically like them. I'm gonna go a little smaller than 1.27 then. Oops. Get out of the tool, modify, change. So the reason we're doing busy work today is because over the Wednesday I finished cleaning and reinstalling all of my computer's water cooling stuff. And then I filled it with cleaning solution, which I'm not sure exactly how much that cleaning solution was doing. The cleaning solution was really weird. It didn't really like dry up. It was like detergent-y. It had kind of a smoothness of a detergent, and it bubbled very easily. And actually the suds that it created helped bring all of the excess bubbles out of my system, out of the water cooling system. I basically put it in there, and then I ran the water cooling pump for like 24 hours on a little 12-volt power supply. And in the morning when I came back down here, no leaks, but the solution was blue. It was actually blue, and it wasn't blue before. So I don't know what that stuff did, but it definitely did something. 1.06 is probably a good size for everybody. You're going to see that once the board gets ordered, it's going to be... Wait, what the heck? It's like two different fonts. I really need to go through and correct my libraries. Those are not the same R. What the fuck? Wait a minute. What is the properties on these texts? What is these texts? R10, names bottom left, display value, font vector. And then this one is the names bottom value stripe font proportional. All right, hold on. Seed Studio, proportional or vector. I need a research window. I don't have a research window open. I just want to see what people are saying about it. Could probably do a site Reddit, but I like to use proportional fonts for my silkscreen layer. Can your service process these font types on these layers without making changes to the way they are displayed on the PCB? I use vector fonts for all copper layers. Edit. Silly me, I guess I answered my own question. Assuming the board is reproduced exactly like the Gerber files that are provided to the board house, then one would think it would be those files that determine how the screen would look. What is this? What is this waffle? Entered each line 3 times, blah, blah, blah. Seed Gerber generator, blah, 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 file. Okay, so there's no, like, okay. Control F font. Why was I searching for Clancy? Why did that come up? There's no mention of font, huh? These are all the design roles. You can actually get this on a file that you just load into Eagle. I should probably take a look at what these rules are, because I don't know if they've updated them or not. Seed Studio Fusion PCB font. This is the same thing. Samples the various PCB colors. A question that goes completely unanswered. Let's do, how about site reddit.com PCB font type Eagle. Because if you use a different type of font, it can show up differently from the board house. Bitmap into a font, choosing resistors in Eagle. Well, what do people say about font in here? Now, I've got a bunch of boards that I've made. I don't remember what I used for them. Actually, I don't know if I still have the files for this one. I really wish it wouldn't dox me like that. Starting my first PCB design at Eagle, already stuck at the first step. SparkFun tutorial. Select resistor, American symbol list of the different ohms. Again, unfamiliar with the codes. These are all some of the kind of downloaded SparkFun and Adafruit libraries. I think I'm getting the hang of things. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out font. I need some answers on this. Let's open up that PCB and see what I chose, and we'll base our choices on the order of the RC car controller so that I can actually get some value out of that stupid failed project. That one failed hard. So we are not in computer projects. I had to make a bracket for LEDs, so I jumped into the computer projects yesterday. And we're looking at RC car projects, electronics, and then the DOS, this PCB here I'm looking for. Take a look at that. That has to open up the whole project. Oh, we even did the board color on that. That's pretty nice. We went pretty crazy on that project. I have yet to upload that one, but maybe we'll... I think I might be working on it in the current upload stuff. Okay, so comparing what I have versus what printed. I'll get a view that puts them both up, and we can take a look at this compared to its CAD version. Which one would that be? I think I can do this, and then I've got the microscope on demand here. Yeah, just sitting on top of stuff. We'll get a little closer in. That way we can really shove our faces into where the vias are. Why didn't that turn on when I went to the scene? Hold on a second. Oh yeah, it's off for this scene, so I can actually go in and turn on the other light, and we'll get a little bit more light on our stuff. Assuming it works. I think my track light reassigned its IP, and now I have to like go to the breaker in order to turn it off and on again. I really need to do something about that. Yeah, so that one comes on there. So what I want to do is go here, and then I want to manually turn on the stand light. There we go. Get a little bit of extra light on the microscope. Now those aren't actually out of focus, which really messes with my brain. Everything is very much in focus in the microscope right now. It's just that the markings look a little bit blurry from Seed Studio's silkscreen. I mean, it looks like we got pretty good markings out of everything, and they're pretty readable, although they're actually they're too small for me to read at this distance. So I'm going to view only one layer. Let's go to preset top. So there's the top layer. And then we got to go to top silkscreen. T names. There we go. Now we can see what we're looking at here. Bring that around like that. Okay, so this size is pretty blurry. And this size is, it is proportional. and it's on the names layer, and it is size. What size? 0.6. So we're going with something much larger than 0.6. But 0.6 is pushing it. So if we go slightly larger, what are, okay, so where's something that might be vector? What about the Qs? Well, the resistors would probably be the place to find vectors. I think the resistors are mostly on this side of the board. Yeah, here's resistors at that size. Let's switch our layer then. There has to be a shortcut for switching layers. I just don't know it. So I'm going to hit F to flip the board, and now we're looking at what we're looking at. So those R's are probably unchanged vectors, I think. Proportional. I must have gone through and changed them. What are you? Also proportional. Okay, so we'll do proportional fonts for everything. We're just seeing what works and what doesn't. Cool. Anywhere that things were kind of messed up, I guess where the vias were gets a little jarbled, but they should look all right. And I don't like it when components cover their own markings. So let's get back to work on the other one. I can get the microscope out of here. Wow. I can close. Well, I might want to reference that. That's not correct because we're still working on this. All right, so I guess what I want to do is use the tool to do that. Hey, Baloo, how's it going? Baloo AU. All right, Reddit was absolutely no help with that question. Modify, change, and then where in the hell, where would I find that? Ratio, shape, show, fill, size, spacing, style? Nope. Text, thermals, thermal width, via, and width. I don't know if I have. Start from the top. 3D model, align, no. Attribute set, no. Cap, no cap. Class, diameter, display, no. Deline, no. D-line, drill, detype. Font, here we go. Okay, so font proportional. Hey, thanks for the bits, Baloo. Appreciate it. Oh, that got all glowy in a social stream. Look at it, make it glow. Thank you for the 100 bits, dude. I don't need your dollar. Throwing dollars at me. All right, so let's just go through and make sure that all of our fonts are the right type. So I just need to click on all of these things. And we also need to, like, I would like to mark some of the traces and stuff so that in the future, if we're working with this board, we can get to know the stuff that's in here. I also need to make sure that my C's and R's are all correct. Well, that they're like P27. What is P27? What is that? Why is that there? 3, P2, P4. Oh, these are marking what they're connected to. So those are markings for me. When I look at this board later and I go, what the hell was I doing? I'm gonna click on all of them. There's probably a way to automatically do this, but just make sure that they're all properly represented as proportional fonts. We can then work on getting the size uniform. Most of these are uniform size because I already did this with the other board. But yeah, this stuff is just work. This one's already, yeah. Make sure all of the markings are correct. We got all these? I think we did. These, I think, are already proportional. Oh, and then this one's called IC1, so we got to change that to U1. Oops, the schematic is in the wrong order because I popped out that window. Okay, so IC1 becomes U1. Oh, I need to change the value. Where is that? I guess you do it with this, maybe, the name tool? Yeah, so name tool, and do U1. U1 already exists. What are we up to? U5, so U1, U2, U3. It might be U4. Let's try U4. U4. Yep, that's U4. Okay, cool. I can use the bathroom, actually, chat. Yeah, you can set all the defaults and stuff. I didn't worry about that. Like, and actually, you can edit the parts themselves to be the right type of thing that you like to use, and that'll save you a lot of steps later on. But my parts came from somewhere else, so hold on. I'm gonna put up a BRB. I'm not gonna put on music because I gotta go to the bathroom. Let's put up the bathroom one. I'll put the music on. Might as well. You guys on YouTube will not hear it, but the folks on Twitch will have some background music going on. I'll be right back. Do we put up BRB? Yeah. just in time. All right, pause. I can just pause it. So, do back, get rid of pee pee poo poo. Back to here. How's it going, Flatulent Gonad? Yeah, we got to fix the fart box. That's the next thing I'm going to work on. Yeah, Willow doesn't like to hang out down here anymore. It's annoying. I'm a little too rowdy for her. She likes her quiet. She gets very grumpy if you bother her when sleeping. She'll growl at you. All right, so we're finalizing the circuit board. This is the circuit board. We're finalizing the circuit board. We're choosing a size for all of our stuff, and we are getting it all uniform size and in a proportional, not vector font. So proportional font. So this, I'm going to go back to modify, and I'm going to change, and I'm going to go to, where's that? It was like font type or something. This is such a weird tool. Sounds like my wife. I need to follow that up with a bit where you have the laugh track come in and then it abruptly cuts off. Let's get closer to this. That's hard to reconcile what's being shown. Okay, let's do that. Or I could do it from the top up, then the text would be larger. That'd be a good one. Top down. Doesn't quite show the absolute mess that exists underneath this rack. Get closer. Maybe if I get closer. I went with the rainbow one because it looks better than all the others. I don't necessarily like the rainbow puke that permeates gamer stuff, but it shows off the patterning of the LEDs much better. Maybe if it were slower. Okay, so what in the world? Font family? No, that's not it. Font, proportional. Bonk. That changes it from a vector font to uniform, proportional, letters and numbers. So we're gonna do a little bit of editing today, and you guys can blame Flatulent Gonad for that one because he suggested it a while back. He said, "Hey, you could do like an editing stream where you just get the stuff done that you need to get done." This looks really clumsy here, but I'm not. We're done editing this circuit board, so my entire server rack has RGB puke except for the fact that it looks cool. This one does too. I've got the shelves RGB'd, and I could put more in there, but I found the voltage level dropping as I added all of the LED strips that I have. I've got 2 more that aren't in use. And it would be nice if I could coordinate the visuals on the rack to the sound of my voice. I think I can do that with Artemis and Open RGB. I need a USB that goes from that Corsair controller. I wanted the controller for that to be sort of its own thing, but I also, that reservoir has RGB LEDs all over it. It's just that I want to be able to see what's behind it. The computer is behind it, and it looks cool when you can see the innards of the computer. It would be nice to finish that project off because that left side of the computer case is just open USB things. And I've got a couple USB power switches that I took off of computer cases that I got rid of that we can actually, if we design them in CAD, I can actually make that left side panel. And I think that would probably finish off the computer. This 6 terabyte RGB hard drive, the 6 terabyte hard drive is on the right side there. It's in like a little caddy that I can just pluck it out of. But that hard drive is going to fill up soon. It looks like I neglected a couple of areas over here. Like here, I kind of want something here. But I think it's because there's a lot of traces going in and out of this area. I'm not going to worry about it. We're done that part, even if it's bad. We're done. I'm not going in there. This one gets plenty of ground. What about in here? We need to go to fixed standard view. This is the problem, is if you don't focus yourself enough on the individual task, it's very easy to kind of lose what you were doing. Get grounded, fool. What's down there? That is, oh, my plus and minus 12 volt, huh? How about here? Yeah, there's a trace right there. Yeah, so that intentionally, I can't really get one in without risking the biscuit. I can't get one over here, though. There. I just fit 10 terabyte drives to my NAS. Damn. Mine are 4 and 6. It's a mix of hard drives, unfortunately. And I probably should check their smart status at this point and clean out the file server. All my projects are in there. At least all the programming ones. Okay, so we've got a uniform font family. Now we need to uniform out the size. And these are already mostly uniformed, except like that one. So what I need to do is, again, go to the change tool. Apparently the change tool is how Fusion, well, Eagle used to operate. And then we're going to go to size. And we know that 0.6 gets a little fuzzy. So 1.016 is a little bit larger than that. And it's not prohibitively large, but it helps. It'll make a nice size marking. So we got to look to see that we get all of our stuff into the same size so that it is easy to see and identify our markings. This is actually, I think I chose a slightly smaller size for the other one. Maybe we do knock it down a little bit. Yeah, let's knock it down a little bit. There's probably a tool that'll let me change the font size for everything. So we'll go back to size, cap. That should just be a checkbox, because you either cap or no cap. Get it? Gen Z lingo. Let's see here. Hatched, isolate, join, blah, 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 blah. Size. Are they in alphabetical order? They must be. We'll do 0.8 for the text. That makes it a little bit larger than the markings on the RC car circuit on this thing. Oops, where did it go? Yeah, it'll be probably the larger size, because the Twitch TVO bother on this one is the small size. That's the 0.6. So we need it a little bit larger than that, and it'll look good. So that's this size, and so it's a little smaller. There'll be a little bit less in the way. I'll just go top to bottom and just make sure that every component has the same size indication on it. And I'm looking at both layers right now, so it's easy to miss stuff. And I could actually set it to not do the fill. You know what? We should do it one layer at a time. Now that we've made all of our decisions, I'm just going to do the bottom layer right now. Reset bottom. And just go through and just make sure everything looks good and that the C's and the R's aren't in the way. Stripe is on the negative line. I think does that knock me out of the change tool? Yeah, it did. C. Ah, that's so convenient. Okay, let's see here. My body just randomly decided that it wasn't pleased with what I had done, which is drink a lot of seltzer water. So it decided to seek retribution. Wait a minute, did we do the right size? I think we did. It just seems like things are a little too small now. Hold on a second, what have I done? Escape the tool, hit C again. Wait. Hold on a minute. This is why I didn't close the file. Okay, so that's 0.6. So 0.6 is a little bit illegible and it looks blurry. So we are going to 0.8 for which is 0.8 is this size. That's nice and legible. It still is a little blurry, but where are we? We are in this file. And we're going with 0.8. Size 0.8. It looks a little goofy because we're not viewing this at, we're viewing this on CAD. We can stick our face directly into this stuff and really see that vectorized text there. But when it comes to the real thing, it's not going to be vectorized. It's going to be deposited down onto the board. And in doing so, it becomes blurry. So we got to make sure that it's not blurry. Now I just have to be mindful of when I hit escape, it'll bump me out of this tool and I won't be changing the size of things. Try to just get all of the markings. I'm not going to go through the steps where I put like a meme on the board. First off, I don't think there are any really good memes at the moment. And secondly, it's a lot of work to do that, the user language programs in order to get it in. So we'll leave this meme free, but we'll definitely do all the right text on it and stuff. 11, U4, 14, R11. Looks like these are already the right size. What's this board do? So this is an RP2040 board. It's the 6 rack units of a modular synthesizer, and what this does is it has two control voltage compatible inputs and 1 audio compatible output from the RP2040. I don't know what overall the RP2040 is capable of, if it is able to do more channels of audio, if it could be like crimes and ornamentation and crime. I don't know why Julian always corrects me on that. I like calling it the wrong thing. But anyway, so what this thing is able to do is with a like $10, $5, depending on where you get it, RP2040, you can do the work of, let's say, a filter or something that generates audio based on a control voltage, a voltage controlled oscillator. We need to change the type, so I need to go back into the C tool. And I need to go to the font. Was it? I keep forgetting what it was. For package, orphans, line distance, layer, join, isolate, hatched, font family. No, font. Proportional. You. Is that everybody? I think that's everybody. Okay, so escape. Hit C for change, and now we're going size, and we want it to be 0.8. So that I have all of my markings uniform. This is a marking for the human, so I need to make that one much larger. Okay, cool. So let's label everything. So now what I need to do, now that I've placed everything properly, I need to make sure that the markings for the person building the board are in place. Now, I don't like covering the C's, the R's, and the J's with the component itself. Some people do that, and it's fine. There's nothing wrong with doing that. I like them always to be visible, though. So I will just put the R's and the C's and the J's wherever they need to be. So U1, I mean, that can be under it because this thing is on standoffs, but I guess just in case, I'll do that. And the only meme I have is the cursed text going in a particular location. So R5, let's try to put them, I guess, under. And this one is P, not 29 anymore. This one's P4. No, it's not P4. It's P29. Am I stupid? I guess I could try to find a vector. Yeah. Let's do, where should I mark that? It's not going to be visible from above because the RP2040 covers it, but you can peek under this thing and still see it. So I guess I'll just mark that there. So P29 is the pin of the microcontroller that potentiometer goes to. No, I don't have a circuit board printer. You don't need a circuit board printer these days. You just go to a board house and they'll build it for you. So we're going to be using Seed Studio, because I like their work. They do good stuff. So just move them off of vias, because otherwise it'll look like D and then something that's been like partially erased. It just doesn't, it can't print over that stuff. Going over a trace is totally fine. The stripe marking should probably be a little bit larger. Let's make sure that that's point. We did 0.8 for everybody, right? This is 1.1. Yeah, 1.1 for the markings that a person will read. So this goes to 1.1. Let me grab this one and make it 1.1 as well. This goes to 1.1. I don't know why I guess they're English sizes. They're probably based on being, what do you call it? Mill sizes, which is a 0.001 of it, or like 00 of a imperial metric. I don't know what it is. Some imperial measurement. D2 right next to where the diode goes. P27 is getting itself covered badly, so P27 would be the other potentiometer. Actually, it's this one. I'll just put that, let's do upper right of the potentiometer. See if that'll fit. Maybe put that above the resistor. We'll try to do above and to the left. Above and to the left. So those are fine. This could move away a little bit. Just punch that into the upper left. Beautiful. And then the markings for people are going to be 1.1. So the button is P6. That looks a little big. No, it's 0.8. Huh. Your sense of scale is constantly under assault when you're doing stuff like this. I guess it's okay that those are there. Yeah, those are okay. That one's all right. Yeah, 5 for $5, but then the shipping is expensive. But that's what I do. I go to Seed Studio and I use their 5 for 5, the Seed Fusion service, and it makes a professional board. You don't need a circuit board printer or a CNC machine, because the CNC boards, the ones that I've had experience with, are not that well built. They're okay. They're just not notably superior to a big scale board machine. You get free shipping. I don't. I don't get free shipping. Even as a special streamer boy. It's funny, that looks small. Oh, whatever. So that one's 1.1. It probably should be larger than 1.1, to be honest. Let's make it much larger. 1.27. Yeah, because those are markings that I'll want to read while I'm programming, and I can't be asked to read stuff on that like that. It should probably be even bigger, actually. 1.4. Bigger. 1.6. So I'm going to use the change tool and hit them all. Size 1.6. Boom. Headshot. Boom. Headshot. Boom. Headshot. Boom. That's a little big. That's a little big for that amount of text. Just the pin markings I'm going to make big and bold. Oops, I exited the tool. Size 1.6. Bonk, 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 bonk. Only that one is in a really busy area, so the other ones I can definitely make room for. Yeah, those will be huge. That way I will know what pin does what. That one actually needs a pin marking. It hasn't gotten one yet. Any other text that I'm putting in for me? I don't think so. This should probably be big and bold, though. And my credit attribution is down here. Or no, that's what the board is. CV in, audio out. My credit attribution is on the other layer. Yeah, that was the TF2 sniper referencing, oh, this one too, referencing a different meme. A meme back when the Meet Those came out. And I'm gonna look back on this video in like a year when I have to figure out what the chapters are, and I'm gonna go, man, I suck. I am so cringe. I've been cringing at my jokes from earlier streams. They're chock full of cringe. The cringe. I could put it in the center. Nah, we'll keep it there. P29, P27, and then I'm gonna copy P27. I'm gonna put that one over here, and then we'll figure out which pin that one actually interfaces with, and that's back at the schematic. It's nice to have the schematic open on a different monitor. I'm gonna have to figure out how we do my VOD uploads with one monitor, because when I do the VOD, I'm spread across all three. I'm actually using the center monitor instead of a broadcast monitoring thing. I just have the video up there, and I'm hitting right arrow on it constantly. So we're gonna do some of that today, because I've fallen behind. I've fallen behind where I'm supposed to be with that. The references are fun. It's like a stream minigame. Yeah, instead of having a personality, I decided that I would use entirely referential things. I basically speak whatever Darmok speaks. It's entirely referential. Does the audio output need to be grounded when it's not connected? I guess no, but the inputs do get grounded when they're not connected, so they're taken to a neutral position. 4 monitors? How do you do that? With the width of these monitors, I would get fucking whiplash. I guess if I put one above, but I'm sitting on a 30-inch, I'm sitting at a 30-inch desk. That's a standing desk because sometimes people walk over to me. And then, oh, you use them vertically. Look, I would get a kink in my neck, and I don't need any more kinks at the moment. What is connecting with the knob? So the knob one is P28. All right, P28. Yeah, you guys probably have some crazy setups, but not here. So P28. I really should get Avener as a proportional font in CAD, because I've chosen that as like the stream's font type. P2, P4, P6, maybe center that. Just keep it away from the VIA. P2, P4, P6, input, 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 and that gets its own designation. It's a little busy around there, and I would typically put it here, but the that chip is in the way. So we'll move P26 marking down, and then we'll take CV in down. It should probably be with where the plug is. That's getting in the way over here. Bullshit. See if we could just, oh, no. The silk screen is the lowest priority of anything else on the board, so if I get it close like this, it might print okay. It might look terrible, though. We'll have to see. R15, actually, marking needs to be up, because we're going to the left. Where's this one? Hello? Hello? This is where I'd hit the mixer board setting to do the echo. If I was doing hee funny stuff, but I'm not. Oh, that's right here. Look at that. Yeah, we need to change around that font entirely. Boop, boop. Let's put that right there. And then let's go into it. Let's go. No. Oh, there's 1 pixel. Move that so I can actually get it again. Really what I should do is decide on all of this stuff and then put it in to the original part, so that when I pull parts into this drawing, they'll already have this stuff all fully configured for me, right? It was dumb of me. Am I stupid? I really should not have let those I need to go through my libraries and unify all of that stuff. but every time I build a circuit board, it comes up, and then when I'm not building a circuit board, I have to use the change tool to change it. Size, 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 size. I can never find this stuff. I wish they had icons on it so that I could easily find it again. We're doing 1.27? It was not. It was smaller. Can you put your active watchers on the circuit board? No. I mean, I can do anything I want, and your name certainly will never be permanently associated with any sort of... All right, size. There, and then we're going to go... I guess 1.1 was the size. Oh, but it was also the... I need to change the font type. That would be font ABCDEF. There we go. Proportional. Looks like I went smaller than that. 0.8. C size 0.8. There we go. Those are markings. Kind of a busy area. I think I'll get the stream name out of there. Where can we put that? Up towards the top. Actually, the board type should go up towards the top. Like what the board does. There we go. Let's begin. I'm gonna make you wish that I'd stayed gone. Or we put it down here. That gets in the way of a lot of stuff. Oh, that's pretty good, actually. That's a nice spot. Usually the big text is what gets murked by a VIA. If I label them like that... Oh, but this has a bunch of stuff there. Actually, wait, that's perfect. Maybe it's not so perfect. Yeah, we'll keep it here. But if I put this one there, it gets in the way of those, so really I'd like to have it easily read. I guess I can get close to the hole there. Oh, nope. Unavailable. So we do want to keep it over here. That. This. It's weird, audio out is coming from a non... I guess analog input is not what's making the audio. It's probably like a PWM style output, I guess. It's not, there's no specific audio output on the RP2040. You just got to use whatever pin. Oh boy, this section's going to need some love. Things get a little small in this area. We're just going to try to keep the whole of the VIA off of the text. Try. Sometimes we will not succeed. Is this one really 0.8? I guess so. They're big markings. We're making a big, dumb circuit board, so I want the markings to be big and dumb. That way I can see everything, because I'm big and dumb. So just following our own conventions, because someday we're going to look back at this thing and we're going to go, why did I put that there? What is that value again? and I want to make sure that I get it straight. I'm going to be critical of my own work. Who decided to put that there? What an idiot. Those are in a good spot except for that. So we'll pull this up like that. I'll just match the two. And be like, who the hell built this stupid board? Okay. Cool. Cool, cool. Those are good. Those are good. You too. What are you doing over here? Ridiculous. Okay, get that over there. C4, D1, R10, P27, J1, U1. Yeah, that's fine there. Take it around like that, just so I can sleep at night. First text. CV in, audio out, RP2040. Really, that should probably be like over here. Yeah, that'll do. That'll look good. And the date. I need the date. So now I actually can go to the text tool, which is under document. No, not an arc. Draw a text. Enter the text. Now I could put it on like the silkscreen layer, or sorry, I could put it on a copper layer, the date. Maybe that would be a little bit more official like. It will interrupt the ground plane wherever it goes, but I think for a date marking on an obscure portion of the board, I think it's totally fine. So we're putting in, it is 02 08 2020 4. Jesus Christ, when did that happen? And I'm putting that in 1.106. It's better to have a big text on this layer. Now that all this stuff here is ground plane for signal traces, and signal traces are coming down through there. So having this on the copper layer, I think I can do here. Although those signals are still coming down in this area. That's why, you know, having this all coordinated the way it is much better. I guess I can put it here. Here's not such a critical no noise area. And then we're changing our layer. So we're going to put it on the bottom. And then I just place it right here. And then the CAD program automatically avoids it. So like that, what is that doing in the grand scheme of the entire board? If I look at the top text, okay, so that's fine. It's only interrupting the ground plane in an area where there isn't anything else designed. Okay, so that's the bottom layer figured out. We got all of our text in there, and what basically you're going to look at, the first thing you look at on the back of the circuit board is going to be this layer. So I've got all of my text and stuff on there. The accreditation of Mutable and Hajiwo is on the other side of the board. We did that on the other side. So let's look at the top layer of the board and let's get that all sorted out. We're looking in display layers, and I'm going for top, preset top. We're almost there. We're almost to the point where I can order this board. Of course, I got to do all this stuff for the other board too. So all this stuff is weird and hard to read, right? It's because it's flipped. So I hit the F key. Oh, there it goes, yeah. So now everything is flipped visually for us. And this is what the top layer looks like. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Blue. I appreciate you being here, man. Fun times. I'm going to have to figure out what I called this stuff on the other layer, but first let me do the size stuff, because everything's kind of crazy here. So I'm going to go to the change tool, which is the letter C on the keyboard, and I'm going to change the font family, the font, to proper, and just make sure that everybody is in proportional fonts. Bonk, 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 bonk. Okay, everybody seems to already be in proportional, which is nice. I need like all fonts commands. That one, that one, that one. You. We already got that one. Yep, these all seem to be in the right thing already. Okay, so good and good. So let's do the size. So all of these markings should be, well, they're not uniform size because some of them are for the human. So let's do the size of the text that should be readable without a microscope, which is 0.6. Wait, no, that was wrong. I was already on the right one. See, size. And I'm doing, it was like 1.6, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's big and bold. Oh yeah, P4. There should be another one in here, but it's not there for some reason. There's P6 for the button. CV in, P28. CV in, P26. Out, P2, which is actually P3. We got to check that over. And then I think all this stuff is the right size. I think I went through the sizes on that. It all looks like it's about right. So we just need to label, make sure that the labels are in good spots for all of these. And I'll need to check the values of the P's that they connect to. Doing it in a different fashion, what would be more visible here? Like if I put P28 there, then you would be able to read it from the side of the module. That's actually P3. Seeing this makes me realize my PCBs are really poorly labeled. You know, like, it's so important because I cannot rely on my intelligence to make up for this kind of thing. I'm too stupid, is what I'm saying. Because this really helps me when I go through and reprogram this to do something else. Copy. There. Nope. Properties. That's P2. C3, that'll go here. S1, I guess I can go there. Yeah, S1 and S3 markings. S1 and S3. Oh yeah, there's no more S2 because we got rid of it for this one. This one is P27. I want that to be readable. And then we're copying that text. We're putting it here. And what was the value of that one? It was like 28. Where's my board? Where's my schematic? P28 for the knob. 26 for the CV. And P3 for the audio out. P4 and 2 on the switch. P6 on the button. Okay, I think we've mostly got that right. Hey, cosine. I don't know. How do you pronounce an underscore? I've never figured that out. So P28, P26, and then J4 is also P28. P28. We'll do also. They both control P28. Is it P27? Hold on, check with our schematic. How long have you been using Fusion 360? Many, many years. Many years. Hold on, I'm looking for 27 and 29, which is here. 27, 29, all right. 28, 27, 29, also 28, 6, 2, and 4. Those are labeled directly on the button because there's an internal pull-up resistor that you can take advantage of. How can tolerate PCB design in Fusion 360? I've been using it for a long time. I'm just used to the workflow. The worst part about Fusion 360 by far is getting your parts into your libraries. It's the biggest. There it is. Jeez, I was wondering. The computer's doing stuff, so it got a little slow there for a second. The worst part about Fusion 360 is getting your libraries sorted out. It takes a long time. It's a convoluted process. I had to write down the steps that you were supposed to go through. You like KiCad a bit more? I think it's a good idea to start with something like KiCad, something that is more open source. Any program that you use to do this stuff is it's going to have flaws. They all have plenty of flaws, right? But getting good footprints into Fusion and stuff, once you do that, I think Fusion is the more visual way of doing things. It's got nicer, it's got that little bit of polish on the visuals, and they kind of tend to keep things simple unless you get under the layers of the onion, right? Altium. I've never used an expensive PCB design software. When I exited college, the free tier of PCB design was almost like MS Paint. It was a little bit more advanced than MS Paint, and the open source stuff has come a long way since then, but I really cut my teeth on AutoCAD and Eagle, and so Fusion Eagle, the next logical state, was kind of free, so I went over to it, and that's why we're doing this. So yeah, and I'm not a student anymore, so technically, according to Fusion, I am a teacher. Now this, I don't like having this marking inside of the actual package, but these are standing up. These are standing up on things, so that'll still be visible if I put it there. So actually, we didn't resize that one either, so let's resize this and get this in the right stuff. Change size to point. What were we were using 1.27 on these. Oh, that is 1.2, so this one's the wrong size. There we go. Get R1 into the right size. We're making these big dumb markings big and dumb because I'm big and dumb, and I like to be able to actually read what things are. I've seen a lot of different variations on silkscreen markings where they kind of get it wrong. They kind of jumble it up a little bit. All right, that'll do, that'll do, that'll do. That'll do, that'll do. Yeah, I think we're almost there. Let's see, ground, ground, ground. I don't need a stripe marking on this because this is the other side of the board. So let's get all of these things in there. Want to give credit where it's due. Although that should maybe be the name of the board up top. I don't know if this will fit right. Oh yeah, it fits great. We'll put this credit under the microcontroller where I won't see it now. Put it all the way at the bottom. Because the principal circuit design was done by Mutable Instruments, and then Hajuo's software and concept are what's being shown off here. I did not test and come up with the circuits on my own, so I'm giving them credit under attribution laws. This text needs to be bigger though. That's right. For everyone to read. I built this. I don't think I can find an open area, completely open area. I can put it towards the edge of the board. I'm not sure if that's going to run into a design rule, because if the ground plane starts here, I might not be able to get over that spot. So let's move it in to where we'll actually be able to read it. And I'll make it a little smaller so I can avoid this via here, ruining everything. Or I could straddle it on that via. Oh, well, then the eye on Twitch is inside of a via, so that's no bueno. Properties. You got to have the vanity. You got to put the vanity on there. 1.4. make them a little smaller, see if we can fit it. Now this would be a good spot if it weren't for that one via. That'll do. So the vias will interrupt your silkscreen markings. The hole for the via will cover over. It'll basically the silkscreen text will fall into the hole, and so you don't see it. Oops. Change the layer. Center click changes the layer. I mean, I could put it anywhere. There's already a date marking on the bottom of the board, so maybe we just don't do this one. Recently been diving into learning about embedded systems. Do you have any advice on an order to learn things on, hardware or software first? I have a degree in, oh no, not embedded systems, sorry, that's control systems. I don't know. See, the thing is, like, I haven't started out recently, so I don't know what resources are available to people starting out in doing, you know, microcontroller stuff. Where did that go? I'm still in the delete tool, Control Z. Give me that back. There we go. Yeah, the resources, I do not know. There are tons of ways to get into learning how to program, you know, software that interacts with the real world via microcontrollers. I guess you might want to try finding a project, find something that you want to improve upon, and diving into the embedded systems aspect of it. There's a lot of starter kits for Arduino as well. You can start with Arduino. That certainly tries to sweep all of the complexity of microcontrollers under the carpet, and it gets you faster to the hello world, which is where you plug your device into your computer, you give it code to blink an LED, and the LED blinks. That's like the most important step, so that you know that everything in your chain is functioning, and you set up your software chain in order to accommodate. Arduino sweeps a lot of that stuff under the carpet. It says, hey, choose what microcontroller you have, and we'll handle all those little weirdo settings that are involved in dealing with embedded systems. And I think that's a really fun place to start with, because you don't need to be an expert in order to get to the step where things start happening, because there's a magic to that. There's a magic to you know, hitting the button and the thing makes the LED flash more different earlier. That's sort of an important thing to get to. So yeah, my advice, I don't know what I'm talking about because I haven't started in embedded systems in 20 years. And find a project, get a basic kit that doesn't break the bank, and try to get your LED to flash, and then move from there to your project. I guess is the way that I would do that if I were to start again from nothing. But yeah, you got to take it easy on yourself and do hello world. I should probably move this trace. I guess I'm leaving it where it is. Okay, I think I'm done with this board. I think this board is ready to order. So now I just hit save, first of all. Probably should mark a milestone on it too, if this is what's actually going into the design. There is a system by which you can take notes and stuff. You could keep like notes on your circuit board, so that when you find the things you want to change, you mark them down and actually are able to change them. I haven't done that historically, and I do regret it every day of my life. But anyway, should I mark the pins on the outside of this? Probably not. The RP2040 is, of course, on the other side of the circuit board, and if it comes down to testing individual, this thing is so simple. Nah, I don't need to do that. Looking for the nitty-gritty, I have an STM32. My UG for the STM32. STM32 is what Mutable Instruments uses. It's a great little chip, but availability is, of course, struck them, like everybody else. The ones that I had to get in order to build the Mutable things were like $20 chips, and they're 3.3 volts, and they're not strong. The delay on my zoom button is concerning to me. Why is this happening lately? Look at that. What is up with that? I think Stream Deck, my Stream Deck is allocating for resources that it does not have available to it. I'm looking at the front of the circuit board now, and I'm wondering if I need to knock that inwards a little bit. just to make the ground plane fill in this area. Can I do that? I think so. Let's look at the whole board and see if I can do that. Well, let's just bring in the copper for the bottom layer. Oh yeah, that's totally a thing that I can do. Okay, cool. Well, we're gonna do that. I'm gonna do that right now. These are those late game edits when you actually are looking at your board. So I'm gonna unroute P27 from here. And then I'm going to move that inwards to there. Let's get rid of this. And our trace width is 0.3 for signals. I like 0.3. It's not too thick. It's not too thin. We're on the bottom layer. We're doing curved traces. I got those curved traces in Dorn. Like that. And then jump to the bottom layer, or the top layer rather. I got the layers mixed up in my head because the bottom and the top aren't really the bottom and the top. We've got the top layer has all of the knobs and stuff, but it's not what you look at when you flip the board around and look at the actual thing. PIC, I don't know about PIC microcontrollers. I know they're trying to vie for relevancy in the market. They have, I guess, good security, but I don't think I would start out with PIC microcontrollers. They're a little bit, they're kind of weird in my experience, although I've dealt with PIC microcontrollers very specifically for specific jobs, but they were like the de facto standard. I guess they're cheap and easy to get. But I've done Arduino. That's sort of the embedded system that I've learned is the Arduino, which is kind of C++. It's a little bit, it's not quite C++, but it's not quite C. I like C code and how it's laid out. I know how to think in C. So Arduino has been a good platform for me, and I've had to jump around a couple times with different sort of language structures. But I would suggest Arduino because that's where I'm at. PICs are great. I don't like them. I don't like them, and I don't like you. I don't like you. But you know, whatever you use is probably going to be perfectly fine. They all have their people that know them and work with them. It's being a actual engineer means you have to kind of be a jack of all trades sometimes with stuff like that. Same thing with CAD programs. You know, land a job, they're going to be using their own in-house program, and so you've got to learn that. You just have to be able to learn these things. So my choices right now are all just what I'm comfortable using. I'm willing to get out of my comfort zone and use other stuff, but generally I don't have to because this is I'm king of this freaking operation right now. This is all me. This is all by my design. But it's like PIC, first of all, I've never used a PIC on a project that I've tried, from scratch. I don't know what it would take to use that. STM32, I was forced into due to these mutable instruments modules. Oh yeah, we don't have a desk cam right now. The mutable instruments modules, they all use STM32, and I looked at that. It looks like it's kind of fun, but the chips were super expensive. I mean, if you want a lot of pinouts, that's a great route to go, I guess. RP2040 is an amazing chip, and it's very, very powerful. You need a lot of support components in order to run it, so it's actually cheaper and easier to just get a module and use the RP2040. Things like, I don't know, there's a couple others out there that are kind of like development boards, or you can use the ESP, although does RP2040, does that not have an antenna on it? Can it do Wi-Fi? It probably can. I don't know. The thing is, I don't know exactly what I'm doing out here. Fusion is the Adobe of electronics design. It's a bigger learning curve, but it's the best tool for all facets of Fusion 360. It makes having 3D models, schematics, PCB designs all in one project. Yeah, that's kind of, I don't know that because I don't use the other programs. I mean, my buddy wanted me to learn Rhino for all craziness, but I have fallen on Fusion 360 because I can do the silly little hobby project with the 3D prints and give it a circuit board and stuff. So have you worked on GPS design? I've done a little bit with GPS. I've done some pretty crazy stuff with GPS, but that was for a tracking devices unit at the FBI as a contractor. But I don't know if my knowledge is what it should be. This -10, I can move out a little bit and we can get a ground plane in there. I'm going to move -10 out a little bit and keep from having this gap in ground plane. No, I'm not. I'm going to leave that. I'm going to leave that. That's a design choice. I'm going to leave that one alone. All right, this design. Let's take a look at the 3D thing before we commit to anything. So I'm going to push this to 3D, and since I did all that work finding the right models for everything, I'm going to get this nice 3D model of what my circuit board will look like in my hands when I'm done building it. Eventually. Eventually. I have worked on a homemade GPS. One of my biggest, and it wasn't my design, it's somebody else's homemade GPS. And at the end of getting tons of photos of the UI and stuff, and getting all the data out of the circuit boards, I wanted to see what this one transistor was doing, because it seemed like it was capable of having a backlight. And I put a tiny little voltage to that transistor, and it broke the screen. The screen just went blank. So I had to use a logic analyzer to make sure that just the screen was broken. That was a stomach sinking moment. Picks are a great starting point to learn what and how registers work. That's the thing. I'm saying skip all that stuff, because registers and stuff like that, like, I don't want to pour through a data sheet in order, because okay, you got an idea in your head. You're like, what if I made this thing respond to something else? I have this thing that I want to do in the physical world, and it's an artistic project, and I'm not artistic enough to learn how registers work before testing my design that I don't know if it's even going to be a cool thing or not. Whereas with Arduino, you plug it into USB, you open up the IDE, you type your code, your loop that you want to have function, and you hit go. And all that register crap is swept way under the carpet. Way under the carpet for when you come back with more knowledge of what you want to do. Oh, I can't do this because there's a timing issue with something. Well, what if I get into the chip and get under those layers of complexity? What if I use a different chip? Or what if I want this to go lightning fast, and so I load up a register with values, register A and B? Well, that complexity and the ability to get that complicated with things is there, but it is swept way the fuck under the carpet so that you can dive into the actual meat of your project faster. That's why the minute I plugged in an Arduino for the first time, I knew that I would be using them forever. Because, boy, oh boy, I mean, if you really want to get down to the ones and zeros, you can get a pick. But most of my college life, I was saying, hey, I want to get into microcontrollers. And then I saw the $300 program that you would need, and I read through the data sheet and looked at all of the register stuff that you would need to configure. I didn't even know what I wanted. I didn't even know what I was doing with the circuit. So yeah, that's basically my experience with micros. Let's come back over here. Oh my God, it's a new view. Oh yeah, Willow Cam too. That's where she sleeps in the past. She does not join me anymore for streams. I don't know why. She used to nap there, just under the desk, chilling out, being a goober. We don't get her in here that much anymore. I don't know why. This would be under overlays, and I need to do the rack view. That's just the little white balance stuff that I do for when we're viewing that text. I know, I need to get, she needs her own emote, and she needs to get the hell down here more. Because we used to do tricks with her down here. I don't know why she doesn't. She doesn't seem to like going up and down stairs lately. I think that maybe that's a thing. I hope her back legs are okay, but they've been, she's been favoring not using them, which is a very corgi thing to do, but she's young. She's not even 2 years old. Oh, these are almost exactly 2 millimeters. So those vias are gonna have to get larger. Damn. All right, so that's a custom made part, and it's not quite the right thing. So these are 2 millimeter wide and they're clipping. They need to be a little bit larger than that. Lots of microcontroller programming environment now have some sort of abstraction layer. Not as easy to use as Arduino. I guess they've been catching up to Arduino for quite some time now. So all of my statements have maybe aged a little bit milkily. Okay, so let's correct that part before I send this thing out, because I don't want to have to shave down leads. So we're going into the schematic, and I'm going to the part, and I'm opening the library for it. This is the clunky thing about Fusion 360. This is the clunky thing. But hopefully, let's just get through it. Let's just pull this Band-Aid off, chat. So we're going to open the component, which is the schematic symbol, the footprint, and the 3D model. And there's all our stuff. So I need to edit that footprint. So I actually need to not create, not open, not view. I need to edit that. There's no variant name on that either. So where are we? Content manager, 6mm. It's under like a tree. This whole system really needs to be overhauled. There's a lot of weird stuff here. So this is the pad. This is the 3D package. So I'm going to edit this. Duplicate, create new 3D model. What if I just double click it? There we go. Okay, so what is this pad? P3, drill is 2.1. Wait, the drill is 2.1, then why doesn't the 3D model reflect that? If the drill is 2.1, let's go back to the PCB. Oh, I guess it needs to be, oh, I see. So we need to actually measure from corner to corner. Yeah, it needs to be like 2.2. Food time. Oh, enjoy food time. So, oh, wait, I missed your comment. Hold on. STM32 has HAL. PIC also has something similar. Basically, you have a sort of UI where you select what you want. For example, a timer interrupt every X seconds, it generates the code for you. That's kind of neat. Yeah, some of them are coming up with good tools to like help you do all these basic functions much faster, and there's a lot of cool stuff out there. I guess what the advantage that Arduino has is that everybody and their dog is making stuff for Arduino. And so if you get confused, if you need another tutorial, you can find it super easily. And you know, you can just go to like Spark Fun and follow a tutorial there. This one, and then this needs to be, we're gonna take it to 2.2 because that 03 is causing problems. This is where things get to be a pain in the ass, because what I've done is I have now edited this part at t = now, but when I put it into the drawing, it went in as t = whenever this component was selected. So the CAD program has two versions that are running with this thing right now. The original version that I put into the schematic and the version that exists now. So now the managed library has changed. I need to upload that to their cloud. So I need to go, I'm gonna go back into, I'm gonna go into the manage tab, and then I'm gonna hit upload. And so everything gets saved and a new version of the library gets created for that little edit. Just that little edit, whole new version of the library. This is something that I forgot to do earlier in the process. This is a huge pain in the butt. But the way that I'm showing it now is the way that it should be done. And if you deviate from that, you can run into a lot of weird problems. I had some kind of a circular dependency going on with a part at one time where the old version depended on the new version, which depended on the old version. I was trying to make a new version, and it just like broke the whole program. It was really weird. Just references of references. So now that I'm done that, I'm gonna close my library because I'm done editing it. And then I need to close this one too. Where's the design file? It's here. Close it via design file, make sure that nothing saves. That was an H-bridge motor controller for the RC car that never worked. I never could get full battery to motor. I don't know why. I had a very special thing that was triggering the MOSFET, and it should have triggered it betterlier, but it just didn't. And I gave up on it because DOS Micro had a nice 3-phase motor controller with a bunch of cool features. So anyway, now that that part is in here, it won't automatically propagate to the rest of the design. This switch will remain the old version of this switch because that part has been put in whatever file structure is in here. So what I need to do is go to this button here, which is update design from all libraries used in design. So now it will pull those externally modified library parts and it'll replace all the parts in here with those. And now that issue comes up, the out of sync issue. So now I need to pull it through the process. So now my new switch is here with slightly larger holes, and it shouldn't blow up my drawing. It didn't blow up my drawing. I'm glad that my drawing remains unexploded. Now we go into the 3D model, and it's going to re-push all those parts out. So that this view right here is going to update to no longer have Z fighting. Because I didn't measure it corner to corner. I measured it across the pin, and the pin has, you know, width. So I need to accommodate for that. So I did corner to corner measurement, and then I bumped the number up a little bit because it was 2.203 or whatever. 2.13, I think is whatever we got. But I took it to 2.2, gave it a little bit of clearance. You can do very tight tolerances with circuit boards. Our ability to make things that are very precisely measured is actually kind of staggering compared to, like, if you know machining versus producing a circuit board. They're like two different levels of precision. It's actually kind of insane. So that's fine. That has plenty of clearance on it, and I'll be able to get the solder to stick. These parts are sus to me, the ones that have these weird pins that stick through. And then this one over here is going to require me to flex the whatever it is a little bit, to flex the potentiometer a little bit. Wait a minute. Oh, this one is still the old part. These are the new ones. The new ones have the knobs centered on the rest of the part, whereas this one is old. Why didn't it update? I need to check the version that's being used. So we're all the way back to the first step, all the way back to the schematic, which should be over here, the tab, but I don't know if I can move. I can't really move tabs like that. That's going to pop out. Don't pop out. You're going to take up all my time doing weird stuff. Damn it. Go back in. The schematic and the board design update like immediately from one another, but for some reason this one's a little cursed. All right, so what are you? Alps Pot Vertical PS4 version 3. PS4 version 3. Component. Pot US version 3. But the footprint is version 1. What are you? Alps Pot Vertical PS4. Okay, so what do I do here? So it is, I need to change the package. PS3 is the new one. That doesn't have a model on it. Where is that then? It's got to be either of these. Wait, PS4 PS and then PS3 is a placeholder, probably because this is an old, is it an old library? Let's take a look at these. If I go to package. No, it's the same library. And it seems to be the same component. So this is PS4, 3D models, the vertical PS4 version 3 and version 43. PS4 version 3, version 43. Huh? So it is the same part. Why then is it out of place? That's out of place. Out of time. This is the advantage of having the 3D model, by the way, is that I can look at this as something that I'm used to looking at and find these little flaws. I'm pretty sure we did all the updating on this part, but for some reason it's not being cool. Properties. PS4 version 1, version 43. If they're all the right version, why are they not the right version? What is it in the 3D model? Let's see what it is in the 3D model. So we're looking at the packages here, and then we're looking at Alps Pot Vertical PS4 1, 2, and then down here, version 1.1. Did I like click and drag? No, because it's like it's centered on those pins, like the old one was. Not supposed to be. What in the world? R90 SR1, but it doesn't. It's using the same model. That's what the component is, but it's in the wrong position. And I don't have anything in here to reposition it. So why then would it be the wrong thing? That's so weird. Has Twitch been buffering for no reason for anyone else? Not a slow connection. Watching the stream, it just decides to buffer for 30 seconds of low latency. Do you have like an ad blocker? Because I don't have an ad blocker on this machine, but on the other one, it induced those delays because it was dropping things down to the lowest quality in order to block an ad. Which I'm like, soldier on, like, thank you. Thank you for your sacrifice. This needs to move like point something or other of inches in order to fit, in order to represent the proper thing, and it's, I don't know why not. Okay, let me see. You block, but you're subbed. Oh, okay, so yeah, that shouldn't. Okay, back to the schematic. There's no evidence that these are different parts. And they're all 31343, right? 31343. 31343. 31343. What the hell? And we just did the update libraries command. I could delete and put it back in, but then I'd have to get the X and Y position, and it'll make everything crazy. It'll cause havoc on my board. Let's just try updating again and just see if that works. Stream's been fine, no buffering. Yes. Blaming Verizon is, that's just the right thing to do. It's like the CAD program's like, hey, nothing's updated, but this is still wrong. I don't know why it's pulling a different model, like a different footprint for that one. I don't think I selected the wrong thing. I do have a variant of the part that is out of place, but like, this is incorrect. Oh, look, and it's even too vertical. What is going on? Why have you done this to me? I guess I can replace the part with the part again, and maybe that'll correct it. The problem is it's going to mess up the pads. Pot, vertical, PS4. The PS is the one that's got it all wrong, right? And it's definitely PS4 that I've been selecting on these things. Yeah, PS4 is selected. I would like to get all the 3D models into that, but I don't have the time right now. That's so weird. So this is what I'm talking about with Fusion being completely batshit insane, is if you update that 3D model, you then have to propagate it through everything in order for it to properly replace the components. Even though you've set the component in stone, it'll still have an old version on your drawings, because let's say you have a really old drawing and you've done a lot of part updating since then, it'll break the old drawing in a way that maybe you don't want it to. Like if you have to open up an older version of your work that's set in stone, like you have this board layout and schematic and stuff, it's set in stone, so you don't want your modern parts to ruin that, because you've done work updating them. But that causes confusion at this stage of the design, because now I've got this part that I can't seem to update the footprint on for some reason. Very annoying. So what am I going to do here? I can delete the part and replace it, but I don't want to do that because then all of the schematic stuff that all the board layout stuff will get destroyed, right? So I'm going to go into the package, I mean, I can hit replace and I can go into mechanical. I need to know its location in space first. Hold on. I want to just punch numbers in for this. I don't want to do too much. So let's find the position of the component and remember that it's at 1579. I have a notepad ++ thing open. 1579. This is taking a long time, by the way. 1579. That's its XY location from the lower left corner, which is where everything apparently needs to be indexed. I wish there were the more powerful like construction lines and stuff like that in Fusion Eagle, because Fusion 360, the actual 3D design, the AutoCAD design suite, has all of these wonderful tools for moving stuff around. Wait, it's not 1579. This is different. I got the wrong one. 1563. Jeez, what kind of a weirdo am I? 1563. Yeah, this is a work day, chat. I've got too much stuff to do, and my projects are starting to get all piled up. Okay, so I'm gonna go here, and I'm gonna right-click, and I'm gonna hit replace. It's gonna open up the libraries. I'm going into mechanical, and then we're going to US pot. That's whatever Amelia used for mutable instruments. And I'm going to add this part. It's the same part. My God, so much has changed. So now we go into the board layout. Oh, good. It replaced it in place. .313. Was it 313? Wait. Mechanical Managed version 41. That's the wrong stuff. Can we, I guess we can, maybe we can push the library. Yeah, we can push the library from here. That's maybe what we should have done, is push it from the actual board layout. Did it work? So the footprint was the wrong version. This is still, it doesn't consider that as an update, does it? Update design from all libraries used in design. But it's still the 31343. Wait a minute, that might be updated now. 31343 was the latest, right? 31343, okay, yeah. So that actually did update, but it's not pushing it to the 3D model because it doesn't think anything changed, maybe? So I'm gonna hit save and then try to push to the 3D model again. Save, user saved, and then we're gonna switch to once it's done saving. Why is that a size change? There we go. The cursor wasn't changing properly. I guess it's clocking that I didn't change anything, and so it's using the wrong stuff. I don't have the same tools in here. I can't. All right, so if I do something like get a via, a ground via, and just move it down and back, is that now going to, well, I'll just permanently move it there. There we go. Now it thinks we're out of sync. So it thought everything was synced up because it was, does it not take the version number of the part changing into the consideration of whether or not things are out of sync? Because that's an error. What we just experienced is a big flaw. Oh, come on, man. Okay, it's still doing it. It better move. This had better move. Okay, it's still going. It didn't move. Why? This is the wrong thing. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is where things get really stupid. So this is the right one. R19, I hit properties. 31343. I'm not going to add a custom 3D model. But this should be all updated. Swap library. What's going on here? Target library is missing components with the same names as those used. Oh, that's weird. I mean, mechanical should be up to date. Yeah, those are all different. Cancel. I'm kind of stuck here. I don't actually know what to do. For some weird reason, it's using the wrong 3D model because it thinks things didn't necessarily update. Let me try deleting the part in the schematic and then putting a new one in. We'll see what happens. Problem is, it's going to mess up all the work that we did, making all the labels and stuff correct. Oh well, delete. And the deed has been done. And now we need to put down a component. I wonder if from the design manager if I could have done something with that. Place component. So we go to mechanical. Getting a library where all your parts work and are proper is a huge pain in the butt. It's very difficult. But once you get there, you get to use all these cool features. Alps something or other. No, it's called Pot US. There we go. Not vertical narrow. Vertical PS4. I blame Fusion. Yeah. It's kind of a beast. All right. Now the 2D board is going to be all screwed up because where's my potentiometer? Dun dun dun. All right, so let's put that in the right position there. Nope. And now I can do the coordinates again. So that one was 1563. Wait! That's the wrong one. Version 41. Back to the schematic. Why are we placing, if I've done the library update, finished, nothing to do, okay. Delete that component. Let's try putting it in again. 2018 mechanical managed version 43. That said version 43 right here. And then I go to PS4. Why did it keep insisting? Let's check again, properties. Version 43, now it's the right version. What, this is like pulling teeth. Have you tried restarting the program? Yeah, that's probably something too. Really, that would, I've not tried that. That's so weird though, it's placing the wrong components and stuff. Let's just see if we can propagate that through the system, if that will actually fix it. Version 41. What the fuck? What are you doing? This isn't me. This is not on the user. Not anymore. 2D and 3D PCB documents are out of sync. Yeah, well, no shit. Okay, let's close. Let's Fusion 360. Goodbye. 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 You get closed. You get a hard close. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I'm like a minute away from finishing the circuit board, and this 3D model crap. It doesn't really affect the final product having the models be right, but if I do propagate this, like if I hadn't designed the front panel already, that would hurt my front panel design because I would be projecting those onto the sketch. All right, Fusion, let's start back up again, huh? It insisted on placing, I don't understand why it did that. I do not get it. I think that's an error in the program. Loading. Extracting computer resources. We would have done a little bit of video uploading. The current publishing is starting to really catch up to where I am, and I need to spend a day doing uploads. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow. Maybe that'll be our Friday, is just uploading it. There's nothing complicated or surprising to it. It's just like a hangout session where we can make fun of my past self. And I have to note down every time stuff is happening. What's up, Oscar Galadrop? How you doing? Dewey has YouTube chat? Wait, what is this, new version? Ugh, fine, we'll update it now while we're doing it. Yeah, no, YouTube chat has been here. I've seen YouTube chat. We'll see if the real Falcon is onto something. I think he is. They are. That's right. I built this as the last. Come on, buddy. Let's go. This is so obnoxious. What's going on right now? Are we ready? Are we ready? Are we ready? It's probably at like stuck at 99%. Oh God, it's not even near. Oh, it's going so fast right now. But then it'll stop completely. Nice. Please hurry up. I've committed to this. We got a couple other Fusion things that I do need to work on, like designing an enclosure for this thermal camera that my brother gave me. Because this thing, if I strap a battery onto it, and I think the only battery I'm going to fit is maybe like a big barrel battery on the side or something, and then I get to keep this in my pocket while I'm walking the dog and use it in order to find poop. So we can do a whole poop themed build on this thing, the Poop Finder 3000. Just call it, put text in the top, Poop Finder 3000. And then I'll have the ability to thermally locate my dog's poop. Because sometimes she'll go in like high grass and you can't figure out where anything is. So having that in my pocket, it's not a good, this thing is like very, very weird and blurry display. It's very hard to reconcile where things are because you can't quite see shapes properly. Yeah, the poop finding thermal cam. He didn't even know that this thing worked. I plugged it in. Let me get a USB-C cable here while we're updating Fusion. There's a USB-C cable. I have one over here, specifically for charging my flashlight. Oh God, I'm like out of USB ports on this thing. I got no USB left. We're just using it as a power supply though. This computer is so loaded up with USB because each camera is USB. The keyboard and mouse, I've got the, what the hell else is even plugged in here? Programming interface, there's a second hub plugged in. There's a ton of USB ports in the back of the actual computer. What's the resolution? You'll see. It's dog. Well, the resolution is appropriately dog shit. I took the screws out to do measurements on it, but this is from Christmas presents. So like, here, let me focus on this. Like, it's not that great. You can't see individual fingers until you get real close. So finding, for instance, an area that my dog sharted at would be doable. Like the mouse right there is actually kind of warm. Unmodded Minecraft? That's a little... Hey, unmodded Minecraft is a gorgeous game. What are you talking about? Modded Minecraft always looks like terrible because it's designed to look the way it does. The only thing you need is a slightly different glass texture. So yeah, that's the level of resolution that I get. My whole hand looks just like a blob, which would make it perfect for Poop Finder. Because, for instance, like the heat from the mouse, since I've been holding the mouse all day, you can clearly see that the mouse has a certain level of heat to it, and you can locate that, sort of. Yeah, what if I'm far away from it? My foot is taking the place of poop. You can see how easy things are to see on this thermal camera because it actually has decent resolution. You can tell that is a foot. and that it's surrounded by stuff. But if I look at it on this, I think that's my foot. Could be my, yeah, that thing that's sticking out from my body. It just doesn't really feel like I should probably attach like a laser pointer to this as well, so I can see like what the center of the screen is and stuff. I mean, as a stand-in for a little piece of poop in the cold. Interference with all the lights and cameras. What do you mean? Well, the lights and cameras are, I mean, they're warm, but what even? That must be the computers. The light should be warm though. I guess it's, no, it's not. Look at it on this. It's not warm. It's off right now. The camera's warm. It might take a little bit to get used to. I should really have a laser pointer on this. I think that's what this is. The AMG 8833. Where is it? Nope. Well, it's got 33 on it. P33, 21, something, something. Oh, and there's shit on the lens, too. There's dust on the lens. Dust off. There we go. Yeah, I think there's a considerable amount of smoothing going on, because it really doesn't, it really jumps around. And like, for instance, you can't see fingers on it. Jeez. I want one of these webcams. I guess I have one, but this is on the tier of carry around in your pocket for a few months and then try to find the dog poop with it. Yeah, like if I could, I don't know if I could. I need like the flattest laser pointer I can find to put right next to this so that I have a dot that'll tell me where the poop is. Because there's nothing else. I'd have to wave my hand around in order to figure out what I'm looking at. That would be neat, though. The Poop Finder 3000. So, let's open our design again and see if that stuff worked. This is RC Cars. The generative design thing. Oh, update ready to install. That's right. That's what we were doing. Restart Fusion. The generative design RC car thing was so much data and information that I needed that I kind of overwhelmed myself. I bit off a little bit more than I can chew, and I think we need to return to the RC car at some point and do the circuit boards, like just something that'll pinch the circuit boards and hold them in. It snowed and rained and got all disgusting out for like a whole month, so I deprioritized the RC car for the time being. Shoes make the best poop finder. I know, that's what I'm going to end up doing. I'll be waving my arm around and I'll just put it in dog shit. Because you can't see any other detail with that. It'll just be this glowing red blob in the middle of nothing. I need a little laser pointer that'll tell me where it is. Maybe that's part of what we'll add. But then the parallax between the two, it needs to be closer to the actual thing. Is there like a surface mount laser pointer that I could glue to the front? I must answer this question. Where's my research window? My research window keeps getting blown up. I don't know where it is. Let's see if there's something. So surface mount, laser. I just love it when my Amazon trying to farm bitcoins off of me while I try this. It's all airsoft. What is it? What the hell? 4L Mal G. I'm looking for just a laser module, like a complete sub-miniature laser module, not a crazy pointer that does violet lasering. And Amazon is less electronics focused, so maybe DigiKey. It'll probably be way overpriced at DigiKey. Let's just see if we have an SMD laser module. Let's see. We're looking for semiconductor powers, networking solutions, integrated circuits, automation control, boxes, enclosures, rack, wire, cable connector, hardware fastener. It's not really electromechanical, but it is kind of related. We'll just do laser and just see what we get. Diodes and modules, I think, is more of what I'm looking for. Possibly. And we are looking for active part. I don't really care if it's obsolete. I'm doing this for one thing. Packaging case. 2 SMD, no lead. 3 LLC. 4 SMD, no lead. 5 SMD, no lead. Butterfly, dip, metric, cylinder. Non-standard, panel mount. Oh, God. All right, let's just, like, highlight everything that we think can be relevant. I don't know what an LCC is. I think butterfly kind of fits the application more. 14-pin dip. No, not dip. 0402. They have lasers that small? Holy shit. Cylinder, 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 die. Housed unit. Educational. Single mode fiber. Oh, so I think a lot of what we're going to see is fiber stuff. Panel mount, pill? I don't know. Radial means like a resistor, which might fit our application. Radial can. Radial can. Does that mean the leads go out? Maybe. I also kind of want it to be a full module, though. TO38-3 metal can. Try it. Lens top metal can. That's a little bit more our style. All right, let's apply that. See how many we get. Did it just eat my... No, these are all the... What is the packaging then on that? Radial can 3 lead. Oh. That would be... Oh, look at that. That's like a line module. That thing looks pretty rugged. $99. Oh my God. Sort by price, quick, before I explode. $1,250. I mean, that is pretty cool, but that's like a fiber optic thing. All right, so low to high price. Those radial can't. That's not a laser. That's an LED. What are you on? What? Huh? That's a laser? $7 laser. Laser power array. Okay, maybe that's not what we're looking for. That ain't no laser diode. Side projecting. I think that's mislisted, but it is $7. I want to see a data sheet on that. TT Electronics, look at the data sheet. It's a telecom laser. 850 nanometer V-cell, high thermal stability, low drive circuit, vertical cavity surface emitting laser, packaged in a flat lens lateral package. V-cells. So it's an infrared thing. Lower drive currents to the same output power as LEDs. Feature allow V-cells to be used in... V-cells sounds like some offset of in-cell. So there's super low power consumption. That's interesting. You use it in your TV remote. I'm using a whole damn laser. Well, it's a $7 component, so it's obviously not going in a TV remote. Weird. So that's more for fiber stuff. I'm hoping I can find like a whole damn module so I can actually have a laser line that's flat and can go on the surface. You can like shim it in order to aim it. I don't know what exactly exists in that space. It doesn't need to be terribly accurate because it's sitting on this horrible viewport. Yeah, these are unfortunately not the types that I can use. Also, as laser diodes, they're going to emit with a 90-degree beam, and you have to put a columnating lens on it. Yeah, vertical cavity surface emitting. Yeah, looks like all of these are just base diode modules. They're not lensed. I need to have one that's lensed. I guess the laser time of flight things, yeah, we're already up to the $85 tier, so that's not happening. It's funny though, these are listed as radial lead, but then, like, what is that one? $60, 5 SMD no lead. Photo not available. It's from Osram. I hate it when it does that. I don't want to download this data sheet. I just want to look at it. What are these for? CCTV surveillance. What? Industrial automation. Pedestrian protection, lane wandering. LiDAR pre-crash acceleration. Qualifications. Laser wavelength 905. 4-channel pulsed laser module. Crazy. So yeah, this is like a pulse laser for getting distance measurements. What is my beam spread? Jeez, I got 4 channels on this thing. Well, this thing is like $70 too, so I'm obviously not going to use it. I was just looking for something that could project a laser out from that front piece. I guess we can design something in the 3D print to use one of the little red modules that I have, and that'll just make a dot. They need to add a category. Lasers for poop finders. Yes. Because, yeah, whatever I have is going to be offset from the thing, and I would need it to be as close to as in the center as possible at a distance of from my hands to about, you know, a few feet in front of me, which is typically the distance that Willow maintains during her sessions. But I would need something on the much lower tier of pricing, because I'm not putting that much money into this project. I could do 2 laser line modules and have it do like a crosshair. And have them on different parts of the yeah, that's actually what I think we should do. Is I should design it to have 2 laser line modules, and that way I've got a vertical and a horizontal that can be aligned with the sensor. Although actually those are going to wander as you move away. Nah, it's not going to work. I guess if I get it within the size of this little handheld unit, you know, I could consider myself having found the poop. Because yeah, these are all for emitting laser light. I need something that does a dot, so I don't think there's like an SMD component that has the columnating lens already on it and worked out. Maybe there is. Maybe I'm just not searching the right stuff. Anyway, that aside, we are looking at the modular synthesizer project, which involves Hajiwo's RP2040 design with mutable instruments ins and outs in order to cater the voltage levels to the sensitivity of the STM32. So I'm going into the RP2040 VCO, and this while listed as a VCO, it can actually probably be a bunch of other stuff. And I'm reopening the project, and we're going to see if the parts have updated, because we got to put that one potentiometer back in place. And I've got the coordinates. I've got them over in the notepad document, which is there. There we go. All right, let me see here. So my Fusion Windows, for some reason, decided that it was going to be maximum size, whereas I need it to be pared down so that you guys can see what I'm selecting on this. Are we going to get to uploading today? Probably not, no. I guess uploading while also streaming is going to be a little bit cursed, too. I'm going to have to burn the midnight oil in order to get my uploads so they don't stop. 31343, right? Those are the versions of everybody right there. Take that into the 2-dimensional design. Three, 1, 3, 43. And then we're putting it in position 15, 63. Where it fits. Is that how I had it before? I suppose so. Guess I use that as a via. Yeah. Okay, so I'm not going to connect those yet because the error might propagate. So we push our design changes to the 3D model. Let's hope restarting it works. It's going to take a minute to render. A minute to render. A minute to render. It's going to take just a minute, just a short little minute, just a tiny little. There it goes. It's still wrong. Why? Why would it have a different version here, and it's listed as the same version? It's listed as up to date. In the packages, it would be the one that's all the way down here. That's so annoying. It was the last thing to go in, huh? So RD90, 1F40, blah, blah, blah. RD90, 1F40, 15R, version 1.1. AlpSpot vertical PS2 R2. AlpSpot vertical, sorry, PS4 R1 and R2. AlpSpot vertical PS4, but it's not using the right model. It should be offset like this because in the model that I got from a GrabCAD, they didn't bend these pins in just a little bit. So those aren't supposed to meet up, which means the centers of this shaft and where it would actually be if I built this thing are off. And so it needs to be corrected. Plus it's a little too vertical from the board because of that's the version of the 3D model that I have. Easy just to buy the cheapest laser pen and take the laser off of it. Yeah, I mean, you can buy like $1 diode carriers, and I've got a bunch of them, so we could use that. I do not understand what the fuck is going on right now. What are you? Properties. PS4, version 3, version 1, version 3, version 43. Version 3, version 1, version 3, version 43. What in the world? Copy this. Put that there. This action can't be performed. It has to be performed from the schematic. Why don't you die? Let's see, hold on. 31343, and I already tried deleting it. Gate G1 pot US angle 0. The information that I have here is, why don't we see what happens if we copy these? So copy this, put it right there, and then copy this, put it over here. Let's just see what happens there. So now we have two pots sitting over here, and now I'm going to render them in. This is where the model's probably messed up. Frame 1, no, and then Alps pot vertical. I mean, this is just so that I can find them, but try to see what that whole text is. They're all listed as the exact fucking same thing. What the heck? And like my libraries, I told it to update. I told it. Let's see. See what happens. Work. There's that, and there's the other thing. And then it pops into view. Bonk. So that's still messed up. We didn't change anything over there. These are the wrong ones. Both of them. are using the old. Did the model like unupdate? Look at that. They're both using the wrong one. Is it the wrong one of the? It's the, okay. I'm going nuts. I'm going crazy. Open component. Very functional view. Thank you. Very functional view. Vertical PS4. I need to edit the model, so I need to go into the content manager. Pot US. Vertical. God, I did this. Needs help. Vertical PS4. Double click. That's the one that's centered on those pins, because that's where the knob ends up being, right? This is correct. What version number is this? Wait, it doesn't list the number of pads. Variant and description. Okay, so it's funny that that's the only, oh, 5. It's on the other part. I haven't broken it out yet. Library IO version is number 3. That's where it's stored. So this is like, I am taking crazy pills. I'm taking crazy pills. This is starting to show. Every one that I'm putting in now should be the appropriate version, but for some reason it is placing them from the old library, which is weird. And even if I copy the component, it'll place it from the old library, even if I copy the component. Possibly I need to, I already did this though, upload the library. You guys saw me upload the library. I'm gonna create a new version and we'll swap the parts. So it uploads it and then downloads it. And for some reason, I guess it locked in the old one, even though the new one was in use in the library and it updated properly. Very strange problem to have. It's just when there's problems like that, I wonder what else is going on. So we're now version 44. So I'm going to go back into the schematic design. And I'm going to do library, and then I'm going to update design from all libraries used in design. Update design from library. Open in library manager. I guess update from library? Oh, and then I choose the library. Hold on. No, we're going to update from all. And it'll push that version number onto this. Maybe that'll correct it. All right, is it done doing that? It's done doing that. Properties. Version 44. The 3D model we did not save, so it's still version 3. The footprint I haven't changed. And the component is still, is it that the component version isn't updating? No, because that's just the component, it's just the okay, all right. So let's try again. Go to the 2D design. And then not much has changed there. And the 2D and 3D are out of sync. I guess that's a good sign. Go to the 3D. So if it thinks it's out of sync, maybe it'll update this model finally. Loading, 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 loading. Still the wrong model. I'm getting very frustrated. I'm getting very, very frustrated. These are good. The other ones are not. If all the things that I've done so far should have propagated through the steps, but they're not. And everything that I can see points towards these things having the right versions associated with them. Version 44 of the library has version 3 of the 3D model. Let's update the 3D model, do something pointless to it, and see if that gets... I mean, that's how we got into this, right? We were updating 3D models in order to be in the right position. And we did. We associated it with the proper 3D model. Maybe we need a new version of the 3D model that'll then carry through to everything. But they're all associated with the same thing. So, okay, back to the schematic, back to the part, open the component. It goes automatically to that one instead of the one that I wanted to. I got a couple parts in here, but the PS4 is the one that we're using. And that's mapped, and it's got the 3D model there. So in the component manager, I'll go down and find pot US. Go to the right one. I believe it's, yeah, Alps pot vertical PS4. Go to edit, the 3D model. I don't want to move anything. Everything's already in the right spot. I think that's a good height, but we can, I'll lift it up by like a fraction of a millimeter, just so that there's something to change. What other package tools do I have? I measure and stuff, yeah. Okay, so we're gonna go up by 0.001. And now I can save it. Save, user saved. That'll create a new version, version 5. Oh, sorry, version 4. Finish. What does this have to do with the fins? Manage. And this is unsaved, so I'll hit Control S. I'll save it here. And I'll upload, and that'll be version 45. We'll create a new version. This is ridiculous, by the way. This is just ridiculous how it's not updating the parts in the design. And it's not updating the one part. It's like somehow it overrid maybe the 3D model on those other two, but it should be updating all of the parts. This is what's bothering me. When I open the library manager and open the part, it's in the right position. It's the edit has been done. It should be propagated out to the other components. This is where Fusion really falls on its face. This is the stuff that really gets under my skin. So if I go all the way back in the whole sort of routine operation of the steps, I should be able to update the libraries here by clicking that button, and it's modified the board. So I'm going to go to the next step, which is to go to the 2D board. And now things have been modified here. The placement of things have been slightly moved. So now I'm going to push those design changes all the way out to the 3D model. We got to wait a couple seconds for it to do its work. What the? Ah, there it goes. Okay. Jeez. Yeah, our change of height was not that not that significant. Okay, so it finally updated the 3D model. I can finally save this and close the library manager. So now I have what the board is virtually going to look like when I build it. That really bugged me. If I were designing this from scratch, like if I were making the module from nothing and I pulled in my front panel and then used the location of those 3 knobs in order to make the front panel holes, then I would build the circuit, print out the front panel, and they wouldn't meet up together because of that offset. They would frustratingly almost meet up. So it's important that I get that to actually function. But for some reason, Fusion was not allowing, I guess it thought that it had the right version and it didn't for some reason. And every time I tried to pull it in, it thought it was pulling in version 3, even though version 3 never existed as that offset. That would be like version 2. Man, that was obnoxious. Well, now we can get finish the board. We can actually finish this circuit board. These PCB. So we're on the top layer right now. So I'm going to do the top layer stuff. And definitely don't want that size. Why did it choose a new size of trace? What the heck? What are you doing to me here? No, 0.3. No, curves. Even though we're not going to use the curves right now. So that's on the top layer. That just goes straight in. Whoa. When did you switch to bottom layer? Oh, this shouldn't be 0.4. This should be 0.3, right? Yeah, 0.3. Yeah. All right, so 0.3, etc., etc. Take that from there to there. Why does it not like, oh, because it chose 0.23. I probably fat fingered it. 0.3, you jerk. Hey, Karos. Okay, so now onto the top layer. -10, -10, -10. Okay, cool. So that's now in there and it's proper. Now we can get rid of these other two that were just for the purposes of figuring out why my 3D model didn't update properly. That definitely feels like a bug though. Something was going wrong with what it was referencing and how it was pulling parts in, and it kept pulling in the wrong 3D model. It was an earlier version of the 3D model. It must have, like, who said that again? Hold on, I'm scrolling up. Like, was that the real Falcon? Who told me to restart? Oh, it was a new comment. Wait a minute, I can find it on the main Twitch thing. How y'all doing? We're having a hangout day where we kind of finish up stuff. Yeah, it was the real Falcon. Restarting the program to refresh temporary cache. The only problem is I needed to update the model again and make a new version for some reason so that it would propagate into all of the rest of the stuff, which is odd. If I place a resistor down right now, do you think it'll be the old model or the new model? Let's find out. This is just academic now, because this circuit board is ready to be ordered. It's cold in here. It got cold. I'm almost shivering. Let's see. Boop. And we want mechanical. It's also kind of a slow day on Twitch. How's it going, Caravos? I already said hi. I'm just saying hi again because I don't have anything to fill the void of me not talking. Pot US. We want PS4. I guess it's like a pin spacing thing, the types of pots. But I slapped that sucker down right there, right? And so we'll take a look at it in 2D. It's going to place it off to the side. That's fine. But then if we render 3D, what are we going to get? Let's find out. What other options? Maybe there's an option I didn't... Nope. Nope. Push. Takes a minute. Takes a minute. I'm going to close the window a little bit. I'm getting cold. So I pulled apart my computer, cleaned everything down to a toothbrush, put it all back together, ran loop cleaner that turned blue overnight. So I'm not sure if I need to do another couple loop cleaner sessions. And then this morning I hooked it up to the bathroom sink down here, and I ran. Where did my tree go? Wait, where'd the tree go? Why did it minimize the tree? I can't click anything over here. There it is. I guess you can, yeah, but it didn't even have this. We had, okay, so Which one is it? It's the new one. Okay, so something must have bumped the old one out. So at least now I know that when I put down these potentiometers, they will be the right 3D model. These, the GrabCAD model probably could use a little alteration. I probably should have done that a minute ago and just pull these pins in a little bit. What I could do is pivot them off of here, like split it using this line, and then pivot them back to where they match up with the hole, and then I would reconstitute. Let's do that. Let's do that. I'm going to do that. I'm going to fix this model right now, and then I'm going to get even madder at this CAD software for not doing what I want it to do. So back to the part. Let's get rid of the excess one. We can just go to open the component in the library manager. And of course, this is like the first footprint that I get, and I don't even know what that pot looks like, but we want to edit this one. But it's better to do it from the tree. I don't think we can, yeah, we can, like, this is where you associate everything together. But if I go into the component manager, I have pot USA, which is the Presidents of the United States of America, the band. PS4. I don't know what the variance means specifically, but and then I open up the tree, and it's got the 3D model right there that's associated with that pad, with the pads. So if I edit this 3D model, I'll open it up here. And this is actually, if you create a new one, it'll create this, but without the 3D model on it. And so you can pull in a model from external places, or you can, yeah, edit it like this. So what I want to do is I actually want to split this body. So I construct, I believe, a plane. I could do a plane through 2 dots. I could do an axis. I got to figure out what plane I want here. Why is comments? What? Get this out of here. Why are... Can I close this? This is new. I think it's just because of the weird thing that happened with the setting. Huh. Where does this want to live? Somewhere not here. Interesting. I don't know where this window came from, and I don't want it here. But all it does is collapse into a window, and then I can't hide it anywhere. Yeah, cancel didn't do anything. What the hell, man? Cancel. Right click on it. Can't hide it. It's part of the browser, I guess? It's not. What the... This is new and annoying. Maybe if I click out of the window and come back in. Oh my God. I'm gonna have a breakdown. I'm gonna have a mental breakdown. We have very precious little screen space. Huh? On version 5. So it wants to add this comment to version 5, and I guess you can update with other people's comments. This is probably like a collaborative tool, but is this a new thing? Because boy howdy, I would love to be able to not have this in my screen. Capture an image, comment on object, comment at point. I mean, this would be a very useful tool if I was like collaborating with ShortLurker, but I'm not. So where can you go? Get out of my face. Is there a view? You would think that right-clicking on it would... Something happened when the browser minimized, and it minimized with a comments window. Is this like a new thing? I don't think it is. I might have actually like clicked something over here. Gear generator, inspect. Huh. Version 5 is what it will be when I save. But I'm not in the middle of saving it, so this should have come in with a save dialog later. Why is this like this? Why does it have a big chunk taken out of it? I don't think the real thing... Does the real thing have that? Oh yeah, it does. Very awkward. Anyway, Okay, so this thing straight up in my face, I don't know what to do with. I'll just move it to another another window or something. What if I break it out of Fusion? Does it open another instance of Fusion for it? It's literally on top of everything in my desktop. So I can move it wherever I want it to be. It's infinite. It exists outside of time and space. Maybe it's always existed. Perhaps this is only the first time we've observed it. From time immemorial. It is its own being. I can't even right-click on it. I think it's an error that opened up with something, but somehow it works. Very weird. When I minimize Fusion, yeah, it goes with it. Okay, you live on the third monitor. See you in hell, asshole. All right, so here's what I want to do. I want to move these pins in a little bit so my 3D model at least looks somewhat representative of what the pod is. Because if we're going to be building more modules in the future, it'd be nice to have them not clip through. So this is just it's just a Fusion thing. It's just an easy Fusion thing to do. If I close a tab, oh, maybe it wants comments for the library. Yep, nope, never mind. It just updated, it flashed a little bit, but it's still here. So that didn't do it. Save that. That's where you should be putting comments. You know, it might be something else. Oh, it goes away when I go into the design thing. And then it's back. You bastard. Why are you up? Is it something I have to click to get rid of that? You know, I might have clicked on something that opens it up like that. Oh, I probably shouldn't have closed the library manager. We weren't done with what we were doing. Well, let me do this first, just because I don't have all the frequencies. So I can do tangent line, I can do mid plane, or plane through 2 edges, plane through 3 points. Tangent face at point. What would be the best plane to do here? Not a mid plane. I can just basically take it at the top of this curve. I want that line to kind of be my plane. I could do an offset plane. Capture the position. That might have also been it. Capturing the position. Why was that step left in there? Oh, because I lifted it up a little bit. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so now that we got that, I can do an offset plane from this face, and the distance is going to be to this object. Is that going to work? No. Ah, but there was a dot at the end of the line, so yeah, there's my cut. So I can now take split body, and it's going to be body to split. Oh, there's a bunch of bodies in this thing. All right, we got to figure out what these are. So that's going to be this one, and this one. So I'm going to have to do it 3 times, which is, I guess, fine. Yeah, is it something that came with the new version of Fusion and I can't get rid of now? The ever-present comment engine tab. Why not make this a tool that comes up when you open it instead of a permanent feature? This is obnoxious. Like, can I use the comment tool? Maybe you put it up in the bar so I don't have to worry about it? That's how it should be. I don't know who was in charge of this thing. Luckily, we got 3 monitors where I can throw it 1,000 yards away and not have to look at it anymore. That's weird. What's going on there? So anyway, I'm going to split object, split the body. It could have been a face too, but I guess we're choosing from these. So I know body 2 is one of them. Can I not do that? Okay, so it's treating this as a component. I guess I need to edit the component. What do we do about that again? I mean, I can double click it, but there we go. So now we're editing that. So I still have my plane, good. So modify. Actually, wait, if I might have to do the plane again because it'll depend on, yeah, let me just Control Z my way out of the plane. We need to edit this object. So if I click on the pen, capture the position before doing that. Okay, there we go. So our position is captured. We need to construct a plane, and it'll be an offset plane on this right here, and then our distance is to object. See, now we're doing all these steps in the other file, so it'll propagate down the line. I thought we could edit it from that other one, but okay, so there's our plane, and now we've got our beautiful new plane, and we're going to split the body. So split body, split body. Oh, I need to find out what that distance is too. Well, first we'll split the body. So we are splitting, is the upper and lower half a different body? No, split this body, split all three. And splitting tool is going to be the plane. So we are knocking these into two. Now those are, well, actually, wait a minute. If the bodies are, I could just tilt the bodies in place. I'll do it this way. I'll do it this way. It might be, I probably could have tilted them in place and it would have been just fine. What bugs me is that the distances are very strange on this. So we've split the body, but the one thing that I want to do is I want to go back into here and I want to measure the distances between the pads and the pins. It's gotten even lighter. I can barely see those lines. It de-emphasized the already de-emphasized pad pins. They're there, but I really can't see it. No, that was a weird view. All right, let's go back into here. How do I go back in? How do I finish editing in place? Double click on the tree. Oh, finish edit in place. There it is. It's a little pop-up window. I love little pop-up windows. I love them. I love them so much. I wish there were more. I wish there were more that were on top of everything on my computer. What is the distance that I need down here? This is going to be a whole geometric thing, isn't it? I need this pin there. What I really need to do is figure out what the angle is, but I don't know it. I don't know the calculation that I'm going to need. .4 millimeter, sine over cosine, distance, multiply it out. 0.4 millimeter back. How do I reconcile that into an angle? It'd be nice if I could do angle from based on it. Well, it's there to there to there, and it's 90 degrees, and I'm trying to find, oh man, maybe we'll just play it by ear. If I do like a very slight angle, you know what? I probably need, so angle calculator, right triangle angle calculation tool. Those are easy to pull up. What was that again? It was 0.4 millimeter. So our A distance is 0.4. And then I need a couple other measurements here. We need from center there, and we'll take it to, which one did I click on? Was it the center one? Yeah. Center one to the center of, where are we tilting from? We're going to choose the bottom line here. So I want the center of that line. You'll never use geometry in the real world. I don't get the center line point. Where's the center line point? Ugh, my views. Right there. 4.727. 4.727. I need the C distance too. C distance. So that's, okay, yeah, we can get C distance. That would be, actually it's kind of difficult to get C distance. Because that would be from, oh, it looks like that's the wrong number too. We actually want this other very, very similar number, 4.72. Probably based on a data sheet. Bonk. Can't believe I'm actually using a right triangle calculator legitimately. So now I need the distance from basically there. That's no bueno. I don't know how I can do that unless I get another angle, but I don't know what the angle is, like 0 degrees right now. Create a new sketch, project stuff, figure it out that way. I mean, I could just do it by dead reckoning too. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's a good point. Very good point. I see what you mean. I get you now. Create sketch. So we would need the center of this to come in here. And if I want to find out what the C distance is, that would be from where it is currently right now. So I can just take a line across here. I need to project this in. And I can make a horizontal line using the sketch tools. And that distance, and then the other one is from my tilt, which is all the way up here. One sec. Oh. Project this and this. Oh, I don't need this one actually. So then my triangle is going to be, oh, that's annoying. Okay, hold on. Almost there. That's 4.722. That's a different number. Although I didn't actually meet it up on this, so let's just do another vertical line or horizontal line and just make that connect. 4.72. Okay, so we did get the right number on that one. So I guess what I need to do is I need to take the middle of that pin and move it onto the dot. What's up, wonky robot? Project these two in. This is so annoying. And just take it from here to here. I didn't need that other line, but fine, whatever. And then take this from the center and just draw a line up here. And that'll actually give us the angle. So 90, well, that's the wrong thing. I want the angle up here, which is the same thing. So 98.7. I'm still going to put it into here. 4.72? No, it's doing the wrong. 4.765. Please provide 2 values only to calculate the third one. But I'm looking for the angle. What, huh? I want the angles. That's what I care about. So in this case, the alpha angle is what we're looking for. 4.844. Let's try it. 4.844. I guess I'll do the tilting before I do that. Okay, so this is split into separate bodies. And we've got this bottom body over here, body 10. And I want 11 and 12. And then I'm going to move them. I'm going to tilt them on the bottom line here. I'm not being given, oh, I'm not selecting an axis yet, yeah. So I'm just going to choose that right there. We're going to move that negative 4.822. And it doesn't let me, oh, because it didn't select the bodies. Bodies. This one? Why Why? Oh, because I'm not editing it. Nah. Edit in place. Oh, I need to click on the pencil. Okay, so you, and you. Move. Twist. Axis. Minus. Oops, my hand was on the A key. Minus 4.822 is not the correct angle. That's, hold on a minute. Well, first of all, my axis needs to be the top of that, so that might have been measured poorly. It does put the pin in there, but it is way too extreme of an angle for me. Plus, we chose the wrong axis. Okay, so maybe we leave all this alone and we don't alter anything. -2, maybe. It's simulating bending the pins, which is not really something that we should be doing in this model. I thought these were sticking out a little bit, but it seems like the bend that we would need in order to put it into the right position is kind of extreme. So let's just, like, I don't know, let's make the model and just see how it looks with these moved just a tiny bit in, just to symbolize that they should be bent. So, and I've already built a module with these potentiometers with the same pads that I'm using in here, because the Mutable Instruments open source site has all of this stuff, and it's all compatible with Fusion 360. So it's pretty nice to do stuff like this with. All right, so now I just want to, like, meet the bodies up again and don't look at the plane anymore. I just want to reconstitute. I mean, I don't have to actually reconstitute these into, because all these bodies exist within the component. I could probably just leave it the way it is, and it's totally fine. Although it will look a little weird if these aren't met with one another. So maybe we'll just do that for window dressing purposes. So we're just going through all these and just putting them back together. This is the method that I did with the other BAW. What one did I do that to? All right, so those pins are fixed. We don't have a totally huge amount of bodies on here, and it's barely perceptible that these pins have been bent in, unless you look at the orthographic view. So finish the edit in place, and now we're in the footprint, and this looks slightly more realistic, although it's still going to clip in on the edges. I didn't want to totally bend that pot. Like, Clouds uses this footprint. Shouldn't Clouds? This is too close. Hold on. Earthquake, earthquake, earthquake. Oh yeah, they're bent in. Oh god, there's dog hair everywhere on this thing. They are bent in slightly. Why would they be like this? I guess it helps you build it, but I don't know. That's crazy. I didn't notice that angle when I was building this thing. Maybe we do take it up to 4.8. I don't like that at all. That's so weird. Guess I do a little Control-Zing here. That's true. That's a very good point, Wonky Robot. You can invert the board, and the pressure that it's putting on it should keep it in place. Although, really, that's what these are for. Yeah, the Donkey Kong, that's right, that's the one that I fixed, is the Donkey Kongs. You just reminded me. I did the same thing as we're doing here to the Donkey Kongs, but it's strange that that's the reason why those are like that, because these should stay in place due to the gigantic freaking tabs that they have. But yeah, all right. So I'm going to edit in place. Use the little pen icon. Boop. So I need to move them another 2.822, or can I Control-Z? Oh, and it'll pull me back into this thing. Okay, cool. We'll do that, and then I'm gonna move them again. Move, rotate, axis, top bar. Of course, the angle's gonna change, but I don't think it's gonna change much. We're adding like a tiny little amount. I want to use the exact part because they're good. So, I mean, I could, yeah, in the model, I could move the holes and put those in the right place so that the thing would go in, but I'm making the component match what we actually have. Look at that angle. It's so weird. I mean, the proper way to do it would be the other way, but oh well. Part of my process of soldering it is to establish an anchor pin. So I would solder one of those tabs and then get the solder to be molten and push down on the device so that it's sitting flat. Because you want it to sit flat. You want it to sit up against these two tabs over here as well as the two side tabs. That's how it's meant to be mounted. These don't really matter if they come in a little bit like that. And I guess that allows you to fit more stuff on your circuit board in the end. I don't know if that's going to make a significant difference, but the way I would have done it as an electrical engineer would be to alter the body, or sorry, alter the pads to be in the correct place. But I guess as the more learned designer and the person who's trying to fit all the crap onto the circuit board, they decided to do this, which I don't know. I don't find any problems with it. It just makes it like a little weirder to install everybody because you put your pins in and you try to find the tabs. You got to kind of like, and then pop it in. I guess it works. One warning, sketch 4. Project 3. What about it? It didn't like that. So I don't need the sketch anymore. Which we didn't do anything with the sketch. So there's that. And then we can finish our part and we've got a new 3D model that we can then see if it doesn't propagate to anything else. We shouldn't be viewing that. We should go all the way back here to the schematic and let's update the parts. So update design from all managed libraries. And let's see if this is version 5. It's still version 4. Oh, because I closed the library manager. Whoa, I closed the library manager. Open the component again. Let's see what happened. We might have accidentally saved off like an orphaned 3D model. So we're looking for pot US. That is version 5. No, it's pads 5. PS3, PS4. Oh, it needs to be updated. So I guess we can go to manage. Package update is available. Yeah, okay, so manage, and let's do that. Create. Oh wait, I didn't hit update the latest. Oh, well, maybe this does it. Wait, but this saves it. I wonder if it's going to save over the asset. Uh-oh. This is where things get confusing, and they really need to kind of retool how this works, because this is like built up and oh geez, okay. Update the latest. I wonder if that's going to save over our work. The number was 4.8, right? 822. I'm going to open this up and see if that's the right one. It is. It is. We've got this really weird looking bend. So what does it want me to do now? It wants me to push that change. Okay, so we can push the change. All right, that's weird. Luckily, it didn't download a bad version from all that. Great. I think we're on like version 6 now. I guess that's just going to happen, right? Come on. Let's go. I wonder how much data these libraries take up, because I really want to overhaul all of my libraries and make sure everything's correct. Okay, that seems to have done thing. Thing done. Thing updated. Open this up. Double check. Thing updated, but this is still visible. I gotta hide the plane. Otherwise, all of my parts are gonna have this plane visible in them. Ridiculous. There. Now I can do all that saving again. Oh boy. All the saving has to be done again because I forgot to hide the one plane. Actually, it might not be visible. It's not visible in this view. Oh well. Gotta do this again. This is why all the version numbers are like version 99. How do you have 50,000 versions of this thing? Well, I'll tell you something. I am forgetful and I like to hit save a lot. Creating assets. Nice assets. Slap. There we go. Cool. We have updated. So, okay, those are obsolete at the moment. We go here, update the libraries, and it goes, oh my God, stuff is updated. Run a design rule check. Switch to the board. We didn't alter any of these pads. In this design, I probably would have had room to have them go straight down to the right spot. And then let's take a look at it with the PCB document and see if it pushed the right version. Oh, I should have deleted this while I was doing that. Whatever. Yeah, see, I altered the Thonky Kongs to fit into those pins. I did the exact same thing with the tilting it on the bottom of the, or sorry, the top axis of the pin. And comments is still open. What are you doing? What is this new thing? I don't need to leave comments for myself on the specifics. I should Google that to see if there's if people are talking about the new comments thing. Now they've got this weird lean going on. It's kind of a little strange. The only other one that I would potentially alter would be this button. The tactile button has a little bit of clipping going on, but I guess I don't really need to do that. So we got the switch with the right size holes. We know the button's good. We corrected the 3D model so that it can reflect the weirdness, although the angle might have been a little too extreme. I bet at the top of the holes they fit in just fine. Yeah. So maybe not taking it to center. I probably should have taken it a little bit lower of an angle, but you saw how much of a pain it is to alter these things? No comments on comments. Who's commenting on commenting on commenting? I mean, I guess I could go back to the step and alter the move to be a little bit less. I'm not going to do calculations on it, though. Really? It's been around a long time. I haven't had it stuck up. I don't know what to do about it. It's stuck. Shouldn't it be? Is it in the tree? It doesn't go back into the tree. Because yeah, I thought that was collapsed. Drag it to the left or the bottom. What about the bottom? Let me try that. Oh, I see. So Bauer is on the left. Oh, you know what it is? It's because I can't get to the left side of the screen because I have it in windowed mode. Very functional. Is that really where it lived? Where else can I put this? Oh, get out of here. Okay, hold on. Move that up a little bit. I see, so it wants to live on top of things. You can do it on that. I don't know where I traditionally have it. I guess, did it always live down there? I don't remember. It's very confusing to me. I'm a weirdo. I don't like to conform with stuff. Anyway, yeah. So the question is, should I go through all of the trouble and pop this thing back a little bit so it looks a little bit more like the actual thing? This is splitting hairs at this point, though. If I take just a little bit out of the angle, it'll be correct. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. Things are already kind of clippy as it is. So this circuit board is ready to order. All I need to do is export the file so that, you know what, I want to move C10 marking. I don't like it being right under my text right there. P3 is also, what is P3 marking? The output is P3, so that's an orphaned P3. I don't know why it's there. This one is marking this thing here, and we've got a VIA right on top of it, but I think Seed will actually print it on there. File icon, then view. What? Huh? In the browser? What file type? It's many files, actually. You have many files that make up your circuit board design. What am I looking at? I'm looking at the actual cord VCO. What new version copy, or do you mean this? S. 3D PCB shortcuts. Comments. View. Control-Alt-A would have gotten rid of it. Weird. Cool. All right. So you meant all the way up here at the top. I don't know what to call that. I don't think that's called file, but still. Okay, so P3, there's a P3 marking that's just sitting out here in space, and I don't know what it's actually supposed to go to, because P3 is actually this down here. That's this. So I'm going to take, this has to go. So we'll go back to the 2D PCB, and I'll get rid of that P3. It's out here in space. Where are you at? That would be over here. There it is. Don't know how that got there. Is it? No, it's not. It's not marking the chip. P3 is nowhere to be found. So yeah, delete that. Let me just double check. P4, P2. S1 on that side. P6 is on the top. Is there also one on the bottom to mark P6? So I'm going to copy that marking, move it to the bottom. Oh, we can't see the bottom layer, so I'm not going to actually, let me just view all of my stuff and just make sure. It's a lot, making a PCB is a lot of little weird things that you need to kind of keep track of. And one of the best things you can do when getting to the end of a PCB build is to take a day off. Just go do something else and refresh your brain. Earmarked icon. Yeah, I accept that into my vernacular. P6 already has a marking. Okay, I don't need to do anything there. Are these marked on both sides? They are not. CD in P26. Oh, rename. That one's P28. There we go. CVN P28. P3, A out. Those are on top of each other, and it's still P3. P26, CV in P28. This one's P26. I swapped them. Let's double check on that one. CV in goes to P26. Make sure that that's the CV in that isn't adjustable. 27, 29, and then CD in that isn't adjustable goes to P26. Okay. Take a load off, have a beer, do something relaxing. It's like base jumping. Wait, what about base? I don't know a lot about base jumping. I don't know. That was part of the pro. You gotta have a beer to base jump? I mean, I would have to have a beer to bass jump for sure. Those people are dumb. And they can't even argue with me because they're not alive. Why is that marking in a really bad place? What's going on there? Okay, something is in a strange spot. So we flip over to the underside of the board. So I'm going to go to my layers, and we're going to view the default bottom. And I'm going to hit F. We can also look at it on the 3D model. That'll be clearly cut off. Where did that marking go? Wait a second. Oh, there it is. Well, it is on actual board over here. I don't know why it showed. It was in the, like, well, that's also kind of bad. CVN and P26. I got to find a way to do the markings over there that make a little bit more sense. But why is, okay, so that's a keep out area, and then the marking is on that keep out area. Okay, that was a little confusing viewing it from the other side. Where else can I put the label? Nowhere. There's no other spot. It's just going to have to be kind of interrupted. Because it can't, yeah, it's going to be CV and then like broken up text. It's neat that Fusion simulates that though. I could do text around the circle to put it around there, but it's just going to be the way it is. Yeah, there's no good spot to put that. This text is just so that me programming later on can know what this stuff is. Actually, if I do this, it'll be okay. There we go. Those should look the same, but I guess I don't have much of a choice here. Okay, so that's good. Anything else with the text that I need to do? So when I output the file, what I'm using is the design rule, and then the Seed Studio has its own thing. We can actually use that to output the file that I need. Yeah, I guess we'll do it over here. I don't want to spend too long on this board. You can go through and stress about the details just over and over again with this. And you know, the details are where everything explodes when making a PCB. What am I making? A CV in, audio out, RP2040 Xiao or Xiao, or RP, using the RP2040 Xiao, you get enough ins and outs on that very powerful RP2040 to take CVs in and output audio from them. And I'm not sure it might be good enough to take audio in and do filters out from them. So I thought it prudent to create a couple circuit boards based on Haji Wo's schematic. Haji Wo is a designer of PC. Well, he makes cheap. I lost the window with the link in it. Hold on. Haji Wo YouTube. So here's his YouTube channel. And they're all designed in Japanese, but Google Translate's good enough to give a better impression. And then all of the other circuit elements, the ins and outs, are Mutables Instruments designs. So Mutable Instruments uses the STM32, which is also a 3-volt chip. And so I have taken the -10 reference design for an input amplifier, as well as the something or other trigger filter, whatever this thing is called. It's a key filter. It's like a low pass filter. And then, oh, this is the wrong one. This is the wrong one. That's the wrong one. This is a knob mixing with a op amp. Sorry, knob mixing with a CV input and getting it to 3-volt microcontroller levels. And then over, where's that other circuit? It's up here. This is an output from the 3-volt microcontroller taken and amplified to ±10-volt audio. And then a Salin bandpass filter, Salin key bandpass filter, in order to get the squarenesses, the low passes, the low frequency weirdness off of the output. The CV only changed the pitch. The VCO is constantly outputting a signal. Yes, yes, yes. But that's not all this can do. If I'm sampling the analog input, which actually, if I'm sampling the voltage on the pin, can the pins do that? Can P29 and P26, if I'm sampling that, I can actually take audio in. I'd have to sample it fast enough, but you can actually take audio in and do like some filtration with it. I need to get more filters is what I'm saying. I need to get more circuits that are related to filtering in my synth. But yeah, so all of those elements I've decided to combine on a PCB, because you can order PCBs so easily now that the amount of work that it takes in order to create a perforated prototyping board is, it's pointless. You don't have to do that anymore. So these boards, these PCBs are so cheap that I can get this manufactured so easily. So I think this one is ready to go. I think I've done everything that I need to do. There may be a few things like left over that I could tweak, but I don't think they're a big deal. So what I'll do, and okay, just for funsies, we'll render it to the 3D PCB just so that it looks good. Anybody tuning in is like, "Ooh, look at the 3D." So what we're going to do is we're going to tell Fusion 360 specifically that I'm going to be using Seed Studio in order to build this thing. I'll probably also order a couple more of these these microcontrollers while I'm at it. But it's in a pull-down menu. It's kind of crazy. You have choices of all these different manufacturers. And if you're using another place, they usually have instructions for how to output to their service. And they take a couple different files and they'll basically just punch that into automation in order to panelize it. Yeah, look, the Thonky Kongs don't quite, I got a model of a Thonky Kong and it was an accurate model, so it means all 3 pins were in different positions. When you're assembling a board and you're flipping it over a lot in order to solder stuff in, you can take a couple different approaches for how to do the vias for the pins. If you offset them a little bit, it'll squish your device into a position. If you offset them too much, it won't install correctly. But if you offset them a little bit, they'll kind of squish and hold on to that thing so you can flip the board around. But I don't care about that, because one of the steps when I'm doing through-hole stuff like this, especially, is to first anchor one pin, but then push down on the device and solder it again. And that'll sort of jiggle it into place so that all the stuff is meeting up properly. I can't stand soldering something, flipping over the board, and having it like trusting that it's stuck in place, because I've done that. And you go down a row of pins and then you flip your board around. It turns out it was crooked. Something moved when you flip the board over. So I don't trust that. I do the anchor pin and then I apply heat while pushing down on the device, which sucks for like through-hole chips, because they'll heat up a lot. a lot. I had to use a header here. I'm sad that I had to do that, but because this stuff on the other side of the board, I can't lay the RP2040 module flat. Now, yeah, I could use this real estate up here to incorporate an entire RP2040, but the RP2040 requires a lot of like extra stuff in order to implement one. There's a bunch of support equipment that go up there, which would be cool. That would be cool to do. I would enjoy doing that. And then I'd order a bunch of blank RP2040 chips and clocks and stuff like that. But in the interest of simplicity, I'm going to keep it stupid simple. Okay, so we're making a board. So now we go to the manufacturing tab. Now we've already got the default rules are the Seed Studio rules, but we can run a design rule check to see if anything's going on. So Fusion 360 to default supply. Let's load. And I downloaded these. I don't know where else they're available. It seems like they're maybe a little outdated or something. Like, I don't know why the Fusion 360 Seed Studio design rules are hard to find. But click OK, and then let's check. 1 errors, 2 warnings. What? It didn't. What? What happened? Huh? Let's see about those design rules. One sec. I think they're set as the defaults, so Seed, Studio, Fusion, design rules. Yeah, they give you all the information about what layers they want. Is this like the Chinese version of the page? Yes. Let's get out of there. I can't read that. Knowledge base, Fusion service, Fusion specification, Fusion PGB, seed products, shipping. So here are all the design rules, and you can laboriously put them in, but I think they already have. That's for panelization. We're not going to panelize. I'm just going to do 2 orders. What's the Q factor? Oh God, I haven't chosen components yet, so I don't know. You would have to calculate them from a mutables instrument design, and I think the one that I used was braids. I'm not sure which one I used, but I haven't put any of the components in. So if you want to calculate it from a napkin drawing, take that screenshot and shove it in your pipe and smoke it. I don't even know. How does a Salin key... Bonk. All right. So it's everything. So what are we doing? Oh, see, I want to calculate it the other way around. Can I flip the calculator over? Doesn't let me do that. Huh. Where's the other version? Darn, that looked like a good one too. Spring for a pink PCB. I think you can. What in the world is this one? Download to desktop. Oh my God. No, thank you. I'd rather get an online one. Circuit design tool, bandpass Salin key filter. That's a slightly different. I am not downloading an app for this. Whoa. I could try to dead reckon the specifications by sliders. Oh no. Useless. Totally useless. I almost found the right thing, but... Component values. Okay, this is what I want. And it is a little bit different from our circuit. Because, yeah, okay, so we'll just put in 0 values for that, I guess. Does it accept that for resistor? R1 is this one. That's 39K. R2 is that one, which is also 39K. 3939. And then our C2, well, hold on, R3 is 0 ohms. Well, R3 to ground would be infinity ohms. We'll do like 100 mega ohms because it's not going to ground. R4 is 0 ohms. We could potentially put a 1 in there. C21, or rather C1, is 100 picofarads. And then C2, where's C2? C2's on, going to ground, 100 picofarads. Probably makes calculation easier with these values. Oh, it hates it. 1 ohm. No, it hates, this calculator hates our values. It hates it. It hates it. I don't know what the sampling frequency is. I can't answer that question. Okay, we're looking at the way to load the design rules for Seed Studio Fusion, and I downloaded a file a while ago, and I guess that's being applied. If for some reason there's an error, though, and it's unable to run the design rule, even though the design rule check was happening as I built the board. So I don't know what that's all about. Now, Fusion somewhere on their site has a download for the design rules for, sorry, not Seed Studio Fusion. Somewhere on the site has Fusion 360 or Eagle rather compatible design rules. PCB, PCBA, PCB stencil, quality assurance, mechanical parts capabilities, certification, comment to environmental safety, Fusion reference data, NDA, weird. You got to go through agreements for this because it's IP rights and stuff. Design and review. I don't know what happened to the stuff that I need to run the design rule check. I mean, we can input this to Fusion because that's in the design rule thing, and I think all these numbers are the same unless they've updated their process. That's not what we're looking for. 1 errors, 2 warnings. I would like to see them. It usually runs in like a window. Fusion's only got 1 window. We'll double check some of the numbers here. Board dimensions, 10 by 10. If your board is smaller than that size, that's minimum size, maximum 500 by 500. So we're good on our board size. We're about 100 by 30. Tolerance 0.2 millimeter. Where would that go in? Oh, for the board edges. Sizes? No, that's trace sizes. All right, so that's just on them. All right, so board quantity, minimum 5, maximum 8,000. Dielectric constant, we don't care. Separation thickness, don't care. Available board thicknesses, 1 and 2. Okay, that's fine, we don't care. We can put the board thickness in the rendering if we really feel that that's necessary. I think the default 1.5 millimeters. Is it 1.5? What's the default? Whatever Fusion says is fine. 1.5. Yeah, so it'd be 1.6 because of these two. So 1.6 millimeters is a nice strong board. We need a kind of a strong board. The panel mount screws are going to hold most everything in. That button is where you directly interface with the mechanics of the board versus the other panel mounts, and I don't think anything bad is going to happen there. But if we keep it a default size, then we don't have to worry about a thin PCB bending when some gorilla punches the button with the force of 1,000 suns. So, all right, got all that stuff. Copper weight, not really, we don't really care about. Those are the thicknesses. What is this? This is layer pairs and via pairs. 1 to 16. All right, that's on the thickness of the board. So, minimum trace spacing. Clearance. Spacing width in mil. Why does everything have to be in mil? This is doing everything in millimeter. That means we need a converter. For 1 ounce, 445566. For 2 ounce, 10 by 10. Well, this is doing it in a different way. What's going on here? Clearance between objects and signal layers. Same signals check between SMD and VIA. Okay, so 4 mil. 4 mil to mama. 0.10606. Well, we're 0.15, so we're well within that specification. Ow, my neck just cracked. It's a loud popping noise. I just hear ringing and I can't feel my feet. 445566 from 1 ounce up to 3 ounce, 1515. So I guess we're like at a, what, 2 ounce, 10 by 10? Probably going to do 1 ounce, but well, whichever's cheaper. So what is 10 mil? 10 mil, 0.254. So we're smaller than that. So we're going to have to do 1 ounce. I think that's okay. Trace widths in the inner layers, that doesn't matter because we're not doing 4-layer. So different signals, same signals. More distance between objects and signal layers. So copper to board outline. Where's the board outline? Drill hole diameter, oh God. Width of mask, circuit to edge. What is that picture? Greater than 0.3 millimeter. Oh, whoops, wrong direction. Why did they measure that in millimeter? Copper to board outline is 1.106, so yeah, we've got plenty of room on the edge. Minimum silkscreen height. Uh-oh. Do I have anything smaller than 0.5? I don't think so. We're 0.6 and 0.8, so we're up there with the smallest sizes, but we're within spec. Pad to silkscreen. I don't have that. I thought this was C default, but I've got 1 error and 2 warnings, but I guess that killed the event. Is there, yeah, errors. Airwire. That's probably, yep, it's internal to a pin. And it's on the top layer. So yeah, I guess the error check happens as you design the PCB. So this is kind of a weird. Okay, so I need to go to display layers. So the DRC is already on the sidebar. It's been run live and I've been ignoring it. We'll just do standard view. So this one hates this air wire here. I can just take it and try to put it like that, but it'll think it's not connected. Okay, so let's take this and unbend it a little bit, make that a little bit smoother, and then delete this, add a wire. And that'll satisfy the condition that that air wire needs to be in place. There we go. Let's go back to our errors. Wire stub. Oh, I like that. I like the little pointer that it has. Another wire stub. Very helpful. There we are. What's that little guy doing there? What are you doing, little guy? Little wire stub? Little stubby? I can't get to it. All right, deleted then. Yeah, these little wire stubs hanging out inside of my traces. Go to the bottom layer. Oh, nice, it doesn't display the layer. On the bottom, there to there. Ah, wrong width. Okay. Yeah, it turns out it took all stream to do these final checks. This is why you need to like go take a nap before finalizing your circuit board, because all these errors are really annoying to go through, and you need to be like attentive of everything that's going on. It's a whole process, and as you create more circuit boards, you will learn this process better later. All right, so I'm going to try to generate the files that I need to send to Seed. I need to upload those on their website in order to place the order of the PCB. So what I want to do is I want to go to manufacturing again. Well, actually, what was that other? There was another like DRC thing. What was it? It was okay. No errors. So we've fixed everything. We are invincible. We will never fail. So I will go to manufacturing. And what I need to do is I need to export Gerber NC drill assembly and drawing outputs. What do you be ++? There's the cam review and the cam processor. So you have a cam job, computer-aided manufacturing job, but you can also export the assembly, drawing outputs, and stuff like that. I'm going to go to the cam processor. Using the last save version. Continue while save. Yes. Okay, so it's got to save it, and then we open up the complicated cam processor, and this has all of the stuff that's going to be used in order to create this PCB. These are basically the files that they put into the machine, although what they'll do is they'll take that. I know, is your design finished? Yeah, of course it is. We'll be fine. Everything is exactly where I need it to be, and nothing is going to come up when I finally take a very close look at this circuit board. What's that? Hold on, something about calculating. Did your Salin key have the same values for the caps and resistors respectively? Yes, it did. Yeah, what does that mean? C1 and C2, and then the two resistors on the input are the same. There's no resistor to ground, and there's no feedback loop resistor. It's a unity feedback on the op amp. What does that do? So these are all of the files that would be used in order to manufacture, well, the template. I am going to load a cam job. So you've got all these load, recent, etc. templates, and in the templates you have the defaults, system examples, third party, Seed Fusion. Osh Park is in there, beta layout at Aisler, but Seed Fusion is right here. So for the 2 and the 4 layer board service, it's already in the program. This is like a ringing endorsement of Seed Studio, and this is why I use Seed Studio. They make a good board. Their silk screen is a little blurry, but I am kind of pushing the boundaries. But how cool is that? I don't even need to load in all of their manufacturing file requirements. I just do that, and then I process the job. Why is that invisible? Oh, just not zoomed in far enough. Now, the thing is, all these files are viewable on Fusion's thing. If you're trying out like a new process, and if you're configuring Fusion and everything for this, it helps to actually take a look at a third-party cam viewer. And there's a German website that has a third-party cam viewer on it, but I don't know if I'm going to do that for this. I might just trust Fusion because I've trusted Fusion in the past. But that also helps you uncover things that, you know, your cam processor might accidentally be doing that you don't see in Fusion. And far be it from me to say that, you know, weird stuff. Why does this button delay so much? I think my network is getting a little funky. It's supposed to be telling, yeah, my OBS is getting kind of slow. I don't know why. What's going on with it? 4-hour recording. That's nothing. Weird. Anyway, what I was saying is Fusion, you know, never does weird stuff. Never does weird stuff. So, oops, wrong cam. Yeah, it's perfectly fast when I'm choosing the scenes like that, but when I'm using the Stream Deck, it has to send like an HTTPS request or whatever. Okay, so we have selected Seed Fusion 2-layer cam process job, and then we're going to save the zip. I'm going to put that in its own folder. Desktop. Actually, it should probably go in the folder, the project folder. So projects, stream, EFG, HIJKM, ModSynth, new folder. RP 2040 VCO chords. Because that's the original, yeah, what you call it. Open the folder. Oh, it can even open the network folder. I'm going to rename this to RP 2040 VCO chords. And that file will be uploaded to Seed. You just go to their website and upload it. And there's a lot of the manufacturers do that same thing. So this zip file contains all of this stuff, all of the different manufacturing files. So I can show you them right now. The GBO, there's a Penn Island folder. Wait a sec. That's for the Gerber file, huh? Well, Penn Island. These are the, like the drill locations. Crazy stuff. That cue, when it's in place, it eliminates noise. Critically damped, then within a Q factor of 1/2. Huh. Interesting. I don't know the nitty-gritty on that. I'm basically copying a design, which is why I put credit for the design that I copied on the board. I'm not selling the board, so I am not reaping the benefits of open source designs here. And if I were to make my own, I would probably want to put it onto a circuit board and then figure out what I like in terms of filtering. We're standing on the backs of giants here. Okay, this one is ready to order. I would like to make the other one. The other one is not ready to be made. I've got to do everything that I did. Cam job has changed. No. I don't want to mess with that. No resonant peak. The amps themselves have, what is it? The ringing prevention capacitors on them. Maybe that's why. Well, I don't know. There's more to it here. I don't know what's going on. This is amplifying, but I don't know what. I read somewhere the purpose of this, and it was on a modular synthesizer forum. But these guys here, I know these two are doing amplification, but there's an extra 1 kilo ohm resistor in here with a capacitor coming back from it. So I don't know exactly what those are doing. These capacitors here that are on the inputs are ESD protection devices that I want to include because it gets staticky here. It gets staticky here in Philadelphia. It gets dry during the winter. Okay, we're done. We're done for today. And it's only 5 o'clock. Shit. That was not supposed to take this long. Let's save everybody and close everybody because maybe tonight I'll go in and I'll finish the why are these included in the picture here? This is the wrong picture. This is an old picture. Maybe once I save this it'll update. There, that's the correct one. And yet this one has the wrong one in it still. This like version updating in Fusion is one of the most frustrating things I've run into. And there's no way for me to update the picture. Maybe on a restart it'll get it right, but like the edits that I'm doing are there, but they're not there. And there's no tools to update that. It just decides that those are the pictures that it's gonna use. So weird. 2D and 3D are out of, wait, what put them out of? Oh, because of those couple little traces that I fixed? Those won't be visible. What color PCB? Well, let's take a look at what Fusion has. I don't have like a standard color, but everybody likes to have an opinion on it. Where? Did I fully close the research window? I think I did. Let's grab the Twitch one that I can get over here. Bring that all the way over here. Seed Studio Fusion. Yeah, it is the most important decision, and I'm taking it away from chat by ignoring it, by not talking about what color I want to do. Oh, that's right. February 9th to the 17th. It is the 8th. So yeah, we've got a little bit of time before we're able to actually get these PCBs. We knew that we might run into this, but now I have an exact date. At least we know. So it's going to be a little while before we actually can get these in the mail. Green, red, yellow, blue, white, black, or matte black. Now I have a matte black circuit board here, and it turns out that it is just as annoying to see the traces on matte black as it is black. Also, anytime you get your finger oil on the matte black, it is visible. So I don't think I'm going to be getting matte black circuit boards for this, although those would fit in line with Julian's fashion sense of always wearing black no matter what. But I can't see those traces, and I would like to see those traces. So you can kind of see them, but only by shadow projecting. So green is your bog standard circuit board. There's nothing exciting about a green circuit board, except that it is the best to work with, and it has a good contrast between the substrate and the copper. Red is okay. It is a decent color circuit board to use. You can see all the details on the PCB. Yellow, you're some kind of freak and you should be sequestered. Blue is also an acceptable, it's just like red. The contrast is a little bit less than, blue and red, it's a little bit difficult to see where the traces are going, but it's okay. You can have a decent amount of visual difference between the two, and it's less absolutely blisteringly annoying to see where the traces are. White and black both suffer from the lack of transparency of the silk screen. If you're making a white PCB, it's like day mode, it's like light mode. It's like this that I'm looking at right now. It hurts. And then a black PCB, same problems all the other ones. You can't see the difference between the FR4 and the copper, and it sucks. It's just very difficult to work on. So my choices are red, blue, green. I'm not ordering yellow. I'm not some kind of a weird freak. You should get your brain looked at. Maybe I should make it yellow just because it's funny. Just because it's terrible. But yeah, it's unfortunately the dyes that they use aren't as good for the person designing the circuit board. Now, in terms of like look of the PCB, matte black is kind of cool. It would have been cool if I got this RC car circuit to work, but we're looking at one right now. I do have other examples. Let me see. Here's blue, and these are all seed. The purple I have is Osh Park. Purple is kind of great though. Purple's kind of great. Might have to do a purple with Osh Park. Hold on, I'm getting all the PCBs. So here's red. Oh, red is very dirty. The red circuit board is very dirty. This is for an arcade machine that was in use in Philadelphia for a little while at a friend's bar, but I don't know what happened to the thing. I don't know what happened to it. We made this in order to use a bunch of like a coin slot and a bunch of other stuff, get it all together and working. I don't remember if I made anything on that. Did I actually make money on that? I think I made very, very little money compared to the amount of work that I put into it. Yeah, all the dust. I don't know where this one must have lived in a weird spot. So this is green, an old design. This is a very old design. How old? There's probably a date on it somewhere. Ugh. Look at that. Oh boy. 4/12/2012. I've been doing this since y'all were in diapers. Yeah, so this is an old design for Disco Planet. But that's green without a flood fill. Here's another blue. That was just an adapter for, this is the PCB that takes all the signals of my 3D printer and reroutes them to connectors so that I can have a big flat cable, a big, what do you call it? D-sub connector, connecting my printer to the control box. That was 2019. This is also blue. This is for a high current power supply. With these big traces where I put a keep out area for the solder mask so that I could run desoldering braid as an addition to the trace. So I got a lot of reds, I got a lot of greens in here. The matte black, the only one that I've done is that one little circuit. I've got every PCB I've ever made in this bin over here. I mean, red's a pretty good color to put on a PCB, right? What are the memes that I put on circuit boards? Hold on, I got one over here, but I think, no, this one doesn't have a meme. This one had plenty of room for a meme. I was able to get the whole layout done on one layer, and this is like, yeah, these are too small. These are very minimal, but I was able to fit 2 different circuits on here and make it mostly one layer. Look at that, nothing. This is for the steering wheel project. This would be one of the external input adapters that uses LIN bus. And somehow I did it in one layer? What am I, stupid? And it works great. A lot of weird stuff going on here to get this in one layer. Yeah, see here I'm taking the traces out and I'm doing the little teardrop things on the ends. But yeah, this thing works. It works in my steering wheel project. It's an ATtiny85 and a bunch of opto-isolator inputs, or are those? Yeah, those are optical isolators for inputs. And then we've got Tiny85. That's for, or is this for that? I don't know. One of them is a what do you call it? Blah, 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 blah. Load cell driver circuit, and then the other one is just switch inputs from like a shifter. Yeah. So anyway, that's a green PCB. Looks pretty good. Pretty good. They put their own internal markings on these in order to keep things. There's dog hair everywhere. I have a dog. So hair gets on everything. You got to live with it at a certain point. That's where they decided to put their marking. Weird. Sounds a 2020 design. I keep that one up by the microscope. Small doggo in the house. Yeah, we have a fluffy corgi, and it's their purple PCB, and it's striking. It's a good PCB color, but I didn't really like Osh Park that much. I don't know why. I forget why. I forget why, but there's a reason I didn't like Osh Park. Probably because I don't. No, it does have the cam job in Fusion, so you can just run it. This is somebody else's design, though. This is a design that you get from, I don't know, whatever it is. It's like listed on their site. So, all right, anyway. I think that this circuit board, for the modular synthesizer, these modular heads like to choose funky stuff for their PCBs. I'm tempted to do a black PCB on this one. Prince would approve of the purple. That's all it takes to sway you over to my electronics design, just doing purple. Then I'm gonna go get a can of spray paint. I'm tempted to do yellow just because I've never done it. I've never done yellow. Maybe we'll do yellow for this PCB. Anyway, that decision is going to be for me to make at a later date. The problem with the yellow of, let's take a look at what that looks like. I want to see somebody else's circuit. Matte black looks pretty cool, but I don't think I want that to be on my circuit board. No, it's a Seed Fusion Yellow. And we'll go down to the images and just see if we can find an example that's properly lit and not on an already yellow background. Dicks. There we go. We could try that. It's not the best photo in the world. This one's a much better photo. No, it's not a much better. It looks like a much better photo. It's lit a little bit better. Yeah, I was afraid that the yellow would be like a smear across the whole thing. Like it would not have that much difference, but you can see the traces. We could try. I guess we could try yellow. I was hoping there would be something more definitively like against me choosing that. They do not like to show. That's another Zao project. Electrosmith Daisy Seed? What is that? It's a pedal. Probably shouldn't have just Googled that out of nowhere. I'm gonna get in trouble for doing that. Have I been told about this thing before? Daisy Seed. And then the Electrosmith. What's that? Meet Daisy. Go-to solution for your next digital signal project. Digital signal processor project. Complex effects, massive loops, powerful sound sources on a single board. That's kind of cool. That's a neat chip. I'm not allowed to learn about this stuff. That's going to kick off another stupid long project. Multicolor option. There's no way in hell I would ever multicolor silk screens. They've gotten better at like printing them and stuff. I don't know. I could, custom shapes and cutouts and all this other stuff. Yeah, that thing looks really cool. I have to ignore its existence. I have to. Multicolor silk screen, I can't think of anything more useless to me. It's opening up a whole world of design for your circuit boards. Okay, I'm done. We've chosen yellow. We're going to try yellow because I've never bought a yellow circuit board before. And in the future, we'll check out black and white, and then I'll have every single circuit board color that Fusion offers. I think Fusion Eagle, no, Seed Studio Fusion offers. These things all the program that I'm using to design the stuff and the name of the service from the company that I'm ordering it from have the same fucking name, and it's really pissing me off because my brain is trying to rearrange all the stuff I need to say in a sentence, and it's running into this error that it gets the same word in two locations, and like it just makes me pause my whole mental process. Yeah, in the future we'll do white and black for a board just so that I can say that I've ordered them all, that I know what all the colors are. And then there's not much else to choose. It's just default settings for everything else. I'm not going to panelize two designs though. I don't really mess with that. I don't know how to do that. You can get them panelized, and I guess it saves you money if I put both designs next to each other and had it so you'd snap them apart. But I don't really want to do that. I'm just going to order two orders from them. They can get an extra $10 out of me. Enjoy free assembly. No. Cool. So yeah, anyway, that was aside from the error that we had where things wouldn't update, that was pretty much the design process and what goes through my head during the final moments of a PCB's digital existence for when it then flips over into being a physical PCB. When you order this, you go through all the steps, you upload the zip file, they do all the naming and stuff like that, you choose the color, etc. Then you get your board in the mail. And when you get your board in the mail, your task from then out is to get it working no matter what. Is that gonna, oh, it's still on copper, so that is gonna print. Get it working no matter what. And the errors that you note along the way go into a version 2 of the PCB. I didn't put a version number on this. Maybe that's the reason for a new version. But basically you want to know by the time of your second physical prototype, you want to actually be able to know all of the little errors that you've run into have been fixed. Have you breadboarded it? No. I have working Mutables Instruments designs, and then I have working, well, we have the Hajiwo design, so we know that all of those systems work together. We will be able to tune all of the physical parts that go into this in order to get them to work better together. But I already know that all this stuff works. So we'll be putting it all together and testing it pretty much from the get-go. I was building these circuits on, oh, I threw them out. I actually had side PCBs for this, but I thought it was getting into the realm of being way too much work to get it functioning and running. Plus, this switch is supposed to be an on-off-on switch, and I put on-off switches in it, so that's useless. I'm going to have to harvest a couple parts from this board. These boards, I built two. One of them has the extra knob on it, and one of them has an extra switch. I figure between these two, the design is so universal that I can create a lot of cool stuff out of it, including just having a bunch of VCOs. It is down to preference. Why would you use one CAD over the other? It's because you've gotten used to all of the bullshit that the CAD puts you through. And that's true of this one as much as it is of, huh? Wait a sec. Huh? I guess it just doesn't like laying that out. The thing is, yeah, because I'm spooled up as a maker, and I've got a 3D printer, which is up in the upper right-hand corner of that shot, believe it or not. Because I build stuff from scratch and I do a lot of 3D printing, Fusion 360 is wonderful in that all of those elements are connected. I can now take a design for something like a bracket that I'm going to 3D print, and I can pull the electronics into it and design around that. I haven't done anything supremely complex with that yet. When the time comes, it'll be pretty cool, but for now, I'm using Fusion 360 because I cut my teeth using AutoCAD, and then I learned Eagle, which was my primary. Eagle 7 was my workhorse, and then Fusion 360 came out after the acquisition of Eagle. So I was married into Fusion 360, basically. That's why I use it. I would use, if they had existed, what was it? Not, what year was that design? 2012? We went even further back. Where's the other one? This one is, yeah, 2012. I think there's a 2009 in here somewhere. Anyway, back then, if the free CADs had existed, KI CAD and FreeCAD, I probably would be using them. And if Fusion does any more BS to kind of like move us off of their platform, then I probably would flip over to those. Here's an old circuit board. This one was done with PCB 123. Yeah, PCB 123 was a fish tank thing. They didn't even do silk screens back then. I didn't put a date on it either. Oh, these were done in 2007, actually. These are accelerometer boards. That's Julian and Dave. Dave does a bunch of woodworking, and Julian does a bunch of cajoling to get people to do projects for him, which is where we are. This is why I'm here. Anyway, yeah, so the case was built by Julian and Dave, and then Julian upgraded away from it. Yeah, there's the command frame. These were to be worn by a dancer, and the accelerometers were going to trace out, like, I guess, on a skeletal model and move it in 3 dimensions in order to track 2-dimensional letters falling from the sky, like as if it was rain. I built these in probably PCB 123 way back in the day, and they worked, but yeah, unfortunately, well, we never got this to work. The programmers on my design team weren't very good, so this was going to use an I2C switcher and switch between all the accelerometers, which I think is a bad design. I think that's a bad design. Nobody questioned me on it. Oh well. Anyway, that's a 2007 project. I've got older PCBs, I just don't know where they are. Okay, I'm done for a day. I'm done. I'm done. I'm finished. Oh yeah, here's the, wait a minute, one more. Here's the board that I designed for Tom Thinks. If you guys don't know Tom Thinks, you guys should go check him out. He is also a Twitch streamer, but he does these amazing fusions of animation, live animation. There's Borb and Grandma and Duck, and here's Picture Tom. I decided to do quite a bit with Tom's button. What do you even code those chips in? No, not assembly. It was an I2C switcher. But yeah, go check out Tom. We made him a button so that he was able to switch the, what do you call it? His voice changer on and off. And that's his font. So this whole thing went into an enclosure, and he can use headphone cables to connect. There's a pass-through, so he can do multiple buttons if he feels like it. Yeah, don't post links unless they're strictly relevant and approved. Automod grabbed it. Docs.slime VR dev. Hold on. Reason, smart detection. It's all slime and I thought you were a pervert. Slime VR documentation. What is Slime VR? Set of open hardware sensors and open source software that facilitates full body tracking. There's a couple people in the Discord that are doing this kind of thing. Yeah, the comment was nipped at the bud because it had some sus names in it, but that's kind of cool. Yeah, this stuff is much more sophisticated than the senior design project that we were working on was, and we didn't run into any of the problems because we didn't get that far in the hardware design. We needed probably a different hardware team designing the whole thing, but this is essentially what I was trying to do. We were thinking of all kinds of different ways of tracking, but it was 2007, so like nothing existed. Nowadays, the level of visual tracking and 3-dimensional tracking, we could have put a couple cameras up on lighting stands and had that do the tracking for us. Oh no, it's not your fault. Not your fault at all. So yeah, this stuff, like, pretty cool. But like Short Lurker and Speedy Cat are doing stuff with full body tracking. I know Speedy Cat's previous method was having a bunch of PSI cameras and laser line projectors, and I actually have a PSI right here, so I can finally upload every moment of my life onto some video platform and have a bunch of weirdos try to trick me into. Anyway, yeah, so PSI with a laser line, and you can make a device that does 3D scanning essentially. So I'm going to try to check that out, because we never really got to give 3D scanning a full chance. Yeah, well, AutoMod has to deal with all of Twitch commenting, and we're nice in here. We're nice. It's very nice to read your comments, because you guys aren't as innately toxic as the rest of Twitch. Yeah, LebTD, is he using Slime VR? He's just too embarrassed to type that into a chat? All right, so this is ready to go. There's no changing anything anymore, because those are the files that'll be uploaded. So we're saving, we're closing, and I'm going to order this circuit board tonight. I'll have to open the other board and do all those little finishing touches that we did to this one. But now that I know the numbers and stuff, I'll be able to get all that stuff in there and make sure everything's happy on that other board. Actually, wait, no, I'm not going to do that, because they're on vacation until the 17th, Chinese New Year. So we have to wait just a little bit longer for me to order those boards, get them in here, build them. Fun stuff happens and everything explodes. Yeah, you guys go wherever you want. Follow Tom Thinks. Jump into a trash bin. I don't care what you do after this. Have a good night, everybody. Oh yeah, I got to do the end card. End card with my decrepit social media links on them. And if you want to join Discord, there's your URL. There's a anyway, yeah, my brain is fried. We're gonna do probably video uploading tomorrow. You guys can hang out, and we'll just sit here and upload as many videos as I possibly can. And I need to go through with the right arrow key to see what the hell happened in the stream, and we can talk about what was going on at that point. Just because I need to get ahead of it. I haven't uploaded stuff in a couple days, and that everyday VOD upload is starting to creep closer and closer to the amount that I've already put up on the platform. But if we try that and it totally kills my internet, then we'll pivot to something else. I will see you guys then. That happens tomorrow in approximately this amount of time. 19 hours, 9 minutes, 40. Well, it's not 44 anymore. It's not 30 anymore. It's not 20 anymore. Anyway, I'll talk to you guys later. Yeah, the YouTube thumbnails is the best part of doing that, because I either find a frame where I have the stupidest face in the world, or I find something cool that happened during the project, since things don't explode much because I don't force explosions. Explosions are crazy, they're fun, they happen in electronics, but the last time something exploded on stream, it was like 5 years ago. I don't force that, because you can tell when it's forced. But anyway, sometimes things blow up, and if I can find a good frame of something like that. The 3D emotes, that was Pixie K. She has a YouTube channel. Her link is in the descriptions. She made me that model for my birthday, and there's a secret big titty streamer version of it that I will never show. Oh, hey, Neano Cat, I'm actually wrapping up right now. We just did the end card. But yeah, there's actually a secret version of that bother emote. What I had to do, because the program that runs that thing wants to track your face and your hands and stuff, so you can have secret like gestures that you do in order to like make it do different like things. Like you can make it angry by like raising your hand, and it'll get angrier and angrier. What I had to do is I had to set those on a breathing timer. So like the program will make like the chest heave to breathe, right? But instead I'm assigning it to like the eyebrows. So that thing was following my cursor, and the expressions were just all over the place. I took like 8 screenshots, and I only got like 5 VTuber things. I could be a VTuber with the chip model, yeah, but I'd have to really set it up a lot better. I don't want to do that. I probably could make my own VTube model too, but I don't, you know, those jerky VTube weirdness, the dead eyes and just doing, I don't like that. I don't like the dead eyes. All right, anyway, the weird expressionless, always excited. Yeah, no thanks, man. Anyway, I got nothing. Let's get out of here. I will talk to you guys on Discord in the meantime, and I'll be back tomorrow.